the message at 4:30 in the afternoon. Do you know how it feels to anticipate an ass whipping? I'd rather get fucked up on the spot than to have to wait for it. You be walking around all day like this shit, like you already feel the hits and shit. It was amazing. Remember I told you we was on welfare? We used to have to go what's called a face-to-face every 3 months. We're my black people that understand the struggle. Face-to-face. If you fuck up the interview on the face-to-face, you lose your welfare. So she used to tell us to memorize shit. Listen to all you pendejos sucios, listen. Cuando we go to the social worker, remember this? Número uno, tell the social worker, I don't have a job. I know working. Tell the social worker, I no hit you, okay, pendejo, no hit you. Today I no hit you, mañana I'll fuck you up, but today. The last one, tell the social worker, your father no living here. I'm like, pero mami, pero he live here. No, maricón sucio, he no living here today. Porque he living here today, nobody living here tomorrow. That's my fucking mother, boy. I'm telling you, my mother was a pimp. Yo, cause she used to cry broke, but every Easter Sunday we had brand new shit. I'm like, where this bitch getting this money from? This dude used to come to my house all the time on Sunday. His name was Uncle Tomas. This motherfucker. Never seen him at a family reunion, but that's my uncle. Ese es yo tío, tu tío. Motherfucker used to come over on Sunday. She go, all right, listen, pendejos. Yo y tu Uncle Tomas, we have to pique business in my bedroom. I'm like, okay, nobody open the door, pendejos. So we was curious. I used to go right to the door and shit. Like, oh, I gotta see what the fuck going on. You hear my mother, oh my God, what you doing to me? Ave Maria. I'm like, mommy's a hoe. But we got some brand new shit on Sunday. That's right, I went to Coney Island with my brand new Adidas with 19 stripes on that bitch. That's right, they were called rejects. That's what the fuck they were. Y'all remember that shit, rejects. They make your feet feel. Rejects, look at the broke black people. They cost a, oh, fuck it. Y'all was boozy 10 minutes ago. If you wasn't in the struggle, you wouldn't know that shit. This is the season of the super host. I got my dude coming to the stage. The funniest dude coming out of Harlem, USA. You're gonna love him to death. He is rated one of the #1 comedians coming out of New York. He travels all around the country with Mike Epps. He's got some movies coming out. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a tremendous round of applause. Give it up, all the way from Harlem, Smokey Suarez.
Yeah.
Give it up for Raymond. Give it up for Raymond Deshawn. Oh, well, what you gonna do? I wanna be ballers, shot callers, ballers. You be dipping in the bands with the spoilers. I want the blood clot. You wanna rubber with the beat, huh? You seen Little Kim? She is a totally different person. She look like Wendy Williams. I did a show with Lil' Kim. I was like, hey, how you doing, Wendy? She got the fake butt. I was looking backstage, it looked like it looked like a blow pop from the back. Cause you know when they get the fake butt, they don't get their legs done. They just be having the big ass with the regular lollipop legs. Ladies, y'all better stop getting your body done like that, goddammit. You gonna be 80 years old with a perfect ass. Your body gonna be mad wrinkled, but your ass. They gonna be like, God damn, Miss Cheryl. About to smash Miss Cheryl. She mad old, but look at her ass. Her ass is perfect. Give it up for everybody who came out here tonight. Give it up. Brooklyn in the house. Is the Bronx in the house? One person. Is Harlem in the house? 4 people. Who else? Who else? Queens? Yeah, I hate y'all. Y'all think y'all bougie. Queens people think they better because they got grass in the lawn. Yeah, I got a porch. The hell out of here. You still got a dollar van though, goddammit. Queens. Who else? Anybody from out of town? We got any visitors? Long Island? Give it up for Long Island. Clap for Long Island. You the only person here, baby. I'm sorry. Man. Long Island, we got any Staten Island? One Staten Island got that ferry back, huh? You from the island? What, Rikers Island? Give it up for Coney Island in the building. We're gonna get you some teeth too, nigga. Ay, Dios mío. Ay, no, no. We got a great show for y'all tonight. I'm your host, Smokey Suarez. Give it up for yourselves coming out. Give it up for Ray DeJean. This is Laughaholics, y'all. This is our, 7th season? We at 7 right now. Give it up for the 7th season of Laughaholics, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up. Glad to have y'all out. Give it up for everybody who came out here tonight. Brooklyn, Harlem, Queens, New York. Everybody from New York, make some noise. Give it up. I see we got a mixed crowd today. We got cougars. We got some young chicks. Give it up. Clap. Everybody together tonight. We family. Cougars and young chicks are in the same clubs now. And cougars, y'all taking over. Y'all be in the club, right? Cougars are taking over. They in the club more than the young chicks. Back in the days, cougars used to cook. The grandmothers used to cook, clean, wash your clothes. These new grandmothers, y'all in the club. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Y'all got that dance like this. Wow, wow, wow. Titties hitting y'all in the back. These bitches keep bumping into me, they hate it. No, Miss Cheryl, you bumping into yourself. No, Miss Cheryl. Early one sun. Cougars ain't no joke, boy. It's a war going on. Cougars versus the young chicks. Young chicks, watch your back. They taking your boyfriends. Right? Cougars ain't playing. I had sex with my first cougar. I ain't gonna lie, that was amazing. Huh? But I'm gonna keep it real. Some of y'all don't get as moist as you used to. Coochie sound like a sneaker, like. She busted nut powder came out. I ain't know what to do. I did the LeBron. I was like. She was like, you gotta add water to that dye. That's powdered dye. It's gluten free. This aged cheddar. And don't fall asleep around cougars. You know they get up like 4:30 in the morning, like, right? You be knocked out, they be standing over your ass. They get up like, early one Sunday morning. Clit hanging out the side looking like a chicken gizzard. Talk about, you want to eat some of this? That shit running like a click-clack. That shit You want to eat some of this? You don't get that boxing glove out my motherfucking face. I don't know if you ever look at a cougar coochie. That shit look distinguished. Shit look like Morgan Freeman. You go down and be like, used to call me Crazy Joe. Now you can call me Batman. All right, Mrs. Griselda. Griselda. Early one time. I see the old dudes in here too. I see the players in here. Give it up for y'all. Yeah. My man right there, the blue jacket. With you? Look at him. The old dudes, like the young chicks are messing with all the old dudes now. You notice that? Old dudes be in the club. Them niggas they be walking through. They be having their Bluetooth in their ear. Their shoulders always be like this. Got a football jersey with a belt on. He don't even know how to use the Bluetooth. We like, hello. Hello. The hell is wrong with that goddamn thing? Hello. Hello. Old dudes don't play. And young chicks, they having sex with the old dudes. Don't think they ain't fucking. Old dudes, yeah. And don't fuck old dudes. Old dudes will murder you when they fuck you. Bitch, don't make me kill you. They always kill you when they fuck you. Bitch, I'll kill you. Bitch, I said I'll kill you. They don't even back all the way up. They be fucking with their ribs. Bitch, I said I'll kill you. Bitch, don't make me. I said, bitch, don't make me. I said, bitch, don't make me. I say, bitch, don't make me. Bitch, don't make me kill you. Then his balls hit the floor. Get it for my boy Ray DeJohn one more time. We're gonna start the show with a bang, y'all. I'm your host, Smokey Suarez. We coming to start the show with a bang. Coming to the stage first is my homegirl, all the way from Buffalo, New York. I want y'all to get it for my girl Rima Reem, y'all.
What's up? It's your girl Rima Reem. I am here for the Laughaholics comedy show. Oh my God, it's gonna be so funny. Listen, I'm excited. Laughaholics comedy show. Rima Reem, it's your girl.
Sex OD, you got it, girl, you got it.
I don't know if I got the stage. They ain't telling me this. I'm up here trying to be cute and shit. I be trying to be cute, distract y'all and shit. Like, if bitch was cute, I don't know what the fuck she was talking about, though. Get home like, that bitch was all right. I'm gonna see what, I'm gonna inbox her, see where she got her shirt. Yeah, what's up, Brooklyn? I should have came out here to Lil' Kim. Got to flying a plane on y'all motherfuckers. You know how she do. Listen, it's about to be the holidays. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for the holidays? Shit, my little broke ass daughter already asking me what I want. I said my fucking W-2s. That's what the fuck I want. I don't give what the fuck is you gonna buy me. You need a job. She 11 on Monday, but fuck it. These kids, though, we gotta stop lying to our kids. Y'all be telling y'all kids those stories and shit like that's really your uncle and that's the nigga you fucking? Y'all know the little lies like that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm in Target the other day with my daughter, right? You know, she talking about, and I told y'all she almost 11. She asked me about motherfucking Elf on the Shelf. Y'all know what that is? The Elf on the Shelf shit? You better be hoping you don't need a tampon on the shelf in a couple motherfucking months. You know what I'm saying? So she asking me about an Elf on the Shelf. So I'm like, listen, honey, Elf on the Shelf. So it's some new shit, right? Where Santa sent an elf and it's some work for the mother to do to put them motherfuckers around the house doing naughty shit. That means Santa coming, Santa watching you. You see what I'm saying? Fuck that shit. Right. Like, I don't know what the fuck. What, bitch? Listen, it ain't shit that y'all need to worry about, okay? Because I ain't worried about this shit no more, okay? So, but we in Target or whatever the other day, homegirl following behind me hard. I'm like, sis, what? She begging for shit. You know kids begging for shit everywhere you go. So I'm like, baby, I ain't got it. She said, well, can't you get it out of my bank account? I said, your bank account? She said, yeah, you know, with all the money in it from all my birthday cards you put in your purse. I said, bitch, girl. I said, sweetheart. She said, mommy, yeah, I should have $4,321.60 I think I got 2 Target gift cards, a Walmart gift card, oh, and one for Build-A-Bear. I said, listen, honey, Santa Claus ain't real and neither is that motherfucking bank account. Okay? You can go on ahead somewhere with that shit. Like, what the fuck they think we do with that shit? It go in my purse and back on them goddamn bills. Motherfucking bills got me stressed out. Bad. You be cursing the bill collectors out? Yo, I know them motherfuckers be like, oh my God, this bitch is up next. All right, prepare yourself, because I'm cursing you the fuck out. Hello? Yeah, hey, Miss Sutton. I'm wondering if you can make a payment of some sort? Did I make one yesterday, bitch? Ma'am, there's no need for language. There's no need for you to keep motherfucking calling me. I don't got it. You know a good time to call? In February, bitch, when I get my income tax. And you better catch me quick, because that motherfucker gonna be gone. I got my list already, okay? Shit, ain't nobody playing with no, this shit is hotter than the motherfucking up here. Bitch, I sweat's bad, okay? Y'all gonna be like, ooh, that bitch was sweaty. Listen, but I have been really stressed lately, aside from money and everything. Recently went through a divorce. I know. Divorce is hard. It's very hard. You know what I mean? You know, the nigga ain't know we was married. But that don't make that shit less hard. Are you nuts? You know what I'm saying? I gotta unmemorize the nigga fucking passwords and shit. You know what I mean? Come get them little cameras I put in this house out. Shit, you know what I mean? That shit is difficult. Y'all don't be falling in love after a couple weeks, ladies? Well, that's just me. Okay, honey. She said, right here. Right here. Listen, a couple dates. You smell good. I done sent you a couple nudes. We go together, bro. You are. Where we going? Where we going Saturday? You'd be like, sis, not with me. I'd be like, you better stop. And don't let the dick be good. Oh, I'm planning a wedding out. Let's just say, who would be your best man? Like, what's your last name again? I'd be like, stop playing with me. Stop playing with me, Tyrone. It's hard being single. It's really hard nowadays, you know. I like all the ones that don't want my ass. All this, thousands of them in my DM. Good morning. I just be like, please get out my DM, sir. It's not a chance. You talking to yourself, you know that, right? Because I'm not going to go for it. I can't take it no more. I don't know, maybe it's just my age. You know, anybody 20s? We got any? Smokey talking about cougars and shit. The nerve of him. Like his nuts ain't down here somewhere. Come on now, we know how that age go for men too, right, ladies? They always coming for us. Excuse me? You know what I'm saying? But it is different. It's different when we get up in age. Okay, a lot of things change. Our bladders. Our bladders lights. Listen, you ain't never. I guess I ain't never been in the store and it just come down. You know what I mean when it come down. Do do do. Oh shit. What about? Okay, I can make it. I got it. You be praying that you don't have an accident in the middle of Walmart, right? Woo! And my digestive system, that ain't no better. Listen, okay? It's just horrible. I don't poop the same. I used to poop in front of I'd have pooped in front of all y'all. Been right up here talking. My boyfriend, nigga, my poop don't stink. Are you crazy? Listen, now, yeah, 30, 40 and up, it's different, ain't it? Oh, shit. Listen, woo, it's different, ain't it? It don't even, you be in the bathroom embarrassed and mad, ain't nobody in there but you. And you like, what did I eat today, Lord? I know I gotta get in the shower. I done canceled dick appointments. Nah, I ain't doing it. My stomach get hot? Oh no, I'm going home. You know that hot feeling? You be like, now my stomach got a fever. Yeah, okay. I'm going home. I'm not gonna, honey, yeah, listen, we'll do this wedding plans later. I gotta go, okay? He ain't gonna be group texting, talking about, yo, this bitch shitted in my house. She was talking about best men and shit. She in there, I don't know, man. So I gotta be careful with that. And he talking about cougars in our vaginas. Ain't nothing wrong with, sometimes, I do wish I had a new one though. It don't work the same. It don't work the same. My ladies 30s and up. No, y'all, wait, 40s and up? Where we at? 25? I know that y'all ain't 25. I can see y'all out here. I know we ain't talking 25 now. Well, whatever the case, I know I wish I had a new vagina because it's very sensitive. You know, guys come over. They want to tickle and play. Excuse me. Could you go wash your hands, please? First, please just wash your hands. Wait, come on now, please. Don't even try to come licking and all of that, because you know what? You can also go and brush your teeth while you're at it. You know what I mean? I have gingivitis at a pussy because you just had footprints. Nigga, no. That's not what we doing here. I'm not for that. Okay? It's just ridiculous. Yeah, but I'm just tired of being stressed out and single. This single life ain't right, y'all. Anyway, y'all know what I'm talking about? Look, she's like, yeah, just keep going, I'm cracking up. Yeah, you be pooting at home? Or nah? Yeah, right, you got mad. Listen, no fingernails, right? Wash your hands. Dirty, rice and peas, and you trying to... Nigga, you are splashing rice and curry. Are you kidding me? Let me be great, dude. That is ridiculous. But yeah, you know, having single being, oh, it is hot up here. Oh, child. I'm dripping swag goo. Listen, but it is, it's hard having a kid. My daughter is 11, and her homework stresses me out. Y'all be helping y'all kids with y'all homework? I bet y'all don't. Sitting there looking stupid just like me. And then and it ain't like Johnny had 3 apples, and then, divided by, nah, that's on some new shit. A squared plus B divided by 3 times 2 equals your mother stupid as hell. Carry the Y, what's your answer? I'll be like, listen, if you say one more thing to me, I'll be mad as hell, throwing shit across the room, telling her daddy ain't shit. I don't want to do this shit no more. But I ain't gonna lose my cool, so I go and I start, looking shit up. Let me find this answer. These teachers, they about to have me looking dumb. So I go look, find the answer, I come back. Listen, here we go, right here. This is your answer. That is not how my teacher did it. You know what? Get the fuck out of my house. You can get out of my house with that shit. I'm sick of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Get out of my house with this shit trying to make me look dumb. You're dumb. That's why you ain't got no job yet. That's why I'm broke. Shit. I'm trying to figure out what to sell besides pussy. Shit, I'm saying, I'm being honest. It's getting hard out here for a pen. I'm like, damn, I'm trying to rent my clothes out and all of that. Like, I'm just like, what can I do? All of it's from Fashion Nova. Whole outfit. They don't let you return shit if y'all ain't know. Don't try to come buying that shit, because they gonna be like, yeah, right, you get a credit. And then I done use all my little discounts and shit. I'd be like, is there another 40? Hey, Nova, babe. I'd be like, bitch, if you email me one more time, how much is it? I'm gonna buy me some Fashion Nova. I don't care. Listen, I want y'all to follow me on social media so I can come back to Brooklyn. Because y'all got some Brooklyn dudes out here for me. Y'all got to bring some. Because they don't look, no? Ain't no single joints out here. I like hood. Oh, they is like, it's over. I like little hood joints too. And they love me. The hood joints, no? It's okay. I don't need no more hood joints either anyway, because I'm telling. We get pulled over? Yeah, okay. Him right there. Then I'm going to go mess with your friend who got the 9 to 5 who I should have messed with in the first place. Yo, my name is Reema Reem. Y'all been great.
Yeah. Let me see your shoulders work.
Let me see your shoulders work. I mean, I don't know what y'all came here to do, but
I don't know if they came here to go in the line. What the fuck you smoking for? What the fuck though? I let one go. 5, 4, 3, 2. I let one go.
Get the fuck
Y'all out of here?
bro. Aiming at your head.
Ow, Harlem leaving.
You a roughneck.
Cut it off. Give it up for my girl one more time, all the way from Buffalo, New York. Reema Reem. Give it up for Reema Reem one more time, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to keep this show straight rolling, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, I'm going to bring on my homeboy. He's on the rise right now. If y'all watch VH1, VH1's #1 show. Black Ink, ladies and gentlemen. You've seen this brother on here each and every week. I want y'all to get up for my boy, Walt the Wizard. Y'all get up for Walt.
Get up in that thought box. She goes with the pop rocks. 10 Tams in the drop top. Yeah, rags coming in non-stop. In the drop top. Trying to get up.
Yes. Shout out to this do-it-yourself stage they got right here. I love it. Fuck it, we gonna cut the booth out, take the spades table, put it on top. Don't worry about it. We straight. Yeah, we here tonight. Appreciate y'all. Everybody looking good. Ladies looking good. All the fellas, this is a nice grown crowd. Ain't nobody in here with their do-rag on, looking like somebody's stud auntie at the cookout and shit. I love it. It's a good night. Yeah. You can't be walking around with the do-rag on. It's grown folks. Shout out to my OGs, 45 and over club. I love y'all. I'm not there yet, but I'm almost there. Those are them OGs. Those are them dudes, walk around with the whole phone clip on the side and all that stuff. Big ass VCR right here, chilling. Whole goose down in the winter coat, tucked in the clip. Hold on, baby, hold on. Yeah, what's going on? They always know to check in too, right? OGs, hold on, let me call my lady. Yeah, baby, what's going on? I'm on my way home now. You need anything from the store? Yeah, all right. I love it. I'm from the Bronx. I know we in Brooklyn, but I'm from the Bronx. Born and raised, BX. We automatically think we, fake bilingual. All the stores we go in, the Spanish restaurant, papi, arroz con pollo, whatever, even go to the grocery store, jame un cheese, poquito mayo, gracias. Go up in the Jamaican restaurant, mayut, wagwan, what you deal with? Let me get a small oxtail. You know, have it? Let me get a small stewed chicken. You know, have it? Let me get a beef patty, man. Let me get a beef patty. Fuck it. Let me get a beef patty. But one thing, seriously though. But one thing I realized is that when we go in a Chinese restaurant, we don't try to speak like them at all. We straight ordering that shit hood as fuck. Yo, let me get 4 chicken wings, fried hard, fam. Extra duck sauce. Let me get plain fried rice. Don't put no vegetables in my shit, fam. Straight like that. I'm from that era in the Bronx, all the chicks, all the Spanish chicks come to school, the cafeteria, they gotta kiss everybody down the joint, like, mwah, 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 mwah. Kiss everybody. By the time she finished, she gotta go to class. Can't even chill in the cafeteria. I love it. All the old school Jamaican dudes on my block, they used to have the gold or the silver Maximas. It had Maxima going on the side and shit. Love it. They used to DJ the parties. Always say the same shit too. All the old Jamaican niggas always said the same shit. This is an original. Fuck around and be the same damn beat. Doons, doon 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 doons, doons, doon 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 doons. Same shit. I love it. Anybody in relationships, dating? Clap it up. I know some couples in here, y'all. It's okay. I don't know if I'm loving them today. They been getting on your nerves earlier. Motherfuckers, I don't know. She been acting up lately. I don't know. We'll see how it is when I get home. Come holler at me next week when I get home. It's hard nowadays. In 2019, we going to 2020. Everybody's in their own fake groove. This whole summer went by. It was the hot girl summer in City Boy. Look. Yeah, no. It's getting cold now. Shit is different. Fellas, I'm here to help y'all out. There's a lot of women in here. They outnumber us tonight. That's how they do all the time. But I'm here to help y'all out. Figured out some things about these women. One thing in particular. These women are not meant to be understood. Only loved. That's it. Just love them. And I guarantee you, fam, you listen to me right, you on your phone, so you're not listening, you gonna fuck around, look, she's like, who's on the phone? She got that eye on him right now, nigga. We had a comedy show, who you texting? Not meant to be understood, fam, only love. You love them, and you'll be all right. I'm telling you, don't try to figure them out. Fellas, trust you me, there's some women in here right now that will fuck you good just so you could go to sleep and they could go through your phone peacefully. They don't want to go through the back and forth, tug of war, let me see your phone shit. What do you want to see my phone for? No, just gonna give them some good pussy, put them to sleep. That's just the way they show their love, fellas. I don't know why. It doesn't. I don't understand it. That's just the way they show their love. You know what I mean? Some women, if they not doing that, you might need to ask them to see their phone. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you. Your lady come home from work and you ask her, hey babe, how was your day? Oh, it's just all right. Just all right, bitch? Let me see your phone. What you got going on in your life? Just all right. What women don't want to talk about their day? Just all right? Let me see what you got going on. Just how it is. Ladies, I'm here to help y'all out too. Because I know y'all probably be thinking like, y'all can't come talk to us whenever y'all got something going on in your life. Y'all got to go run to your work husband and shit like that. No, that's not the case, ladies. It's not the case. And there's a variety of women here tonight. You know what I mean? So I'm here to let all y'all know it's not the case. It's about y'all motherfucking timing. Your timing is off, okay? It is 3:30 in the morning. 9 times out of 10, you done stole my soul, and now you want to talk about life shit. Like, what is with you women after y'all finish fucking? Like, all y'all thoughts are at is clearance and shit like that? Like, that's just the perfect time, right? Busting that, and now she's like, ooh, motherfucker be coming from the bathroom like, ooh, shit, yeah, babe, woo. She waiting for you at the bed like, come. Come sit down. Fellas, I'm gonna let y'all know where y'all know that y'all can't go to sleep. She hit you with the, yeah, so. You got about another 30, 45 minutes to stay up, fam. I'm letting you know that right now. Yeah, so comes with a lot. Yeah, so I'm thinking about going back to school. No. It's not fair. No, because now I'm serious, it's not fair, because now I gotta stay there. But like, oh, word, babe, you wanna go back to school? Word, I'm proud of you, girl. You wanna, now you got an argument you ain't even wanna be in. Never mind. You know what? You ain't never gotta worry about nobody keeping you up ever again. You obviously had a long day, boo-boo. Go back to sleep. It's all right. I'm fine. I don't even want to talk about it no more. I'm done. Go back to sleep. Night, baby. Yo, babe, come on. Would you just say what you was gonna say? I was listening to you, yo. You was talking about going back to school. So if you was listening to me, what I said after that? This is the shit I'm talking about. All this time, you could have been telling me what you wanted to say, yo. It's the bullshit. Because you can't do that to them. You can't try to keep no woman up when she's ready to go to sleep. That's some bullshit. Women don't even want to cuddle when they ready to go to sleep. That is a fucking myth, all right? The sheets, the blankets, them 20 pillows she got on the goddamn bed, all of that comes off when she's ready to go to sleep. Can't keep no woman up when she's ready to go to sleep, fam. No. Don't even waste your time. What? What do you want? What? She's not your friend at that moment, fam. She's not your friend. I'm gonna let you know when she's ready to go to sleep. This is how y'all know when your lady's ready to go to sleep, fellas. When she plugs her phone up on the charger. She plugs the phone up on the charger, she's done for the night. I'm letting y'all know that right now. That is the key. Look, they see it? Yep. That's the key sign. She's done going through all her emails and shit. She done updated her checkout box in Fashion Nova. Went through all her social media or your social media. She's ready to go to sleep. Don't bother her. Again, like I said, fam, they not meant to be understood. Only love. Another thing, fellas, if you have any ideas, any dreams, any goals, and you're not really serious about them, keep that shit to your motherfucking self, okay? Don't waste these women time with that half-ass dream and goals and aspirations shit. Don't do it. If you're not serious, keep it to yourself. You cannot come to your woman with some shit like, yo, babe, I seen this training program I'm thinking about signing up for. Because if you ain't serious and you tell us some shit like that, fam, It's gonna be a serious problem. You hear it, like it's gonna be a problem. Because within an hour, that's all it takes. Within an hour, she got all the information you need for that fucking job. Direct references, she done updated your resume, she done gave you the email to send it off to. The next day, she followed up with you. Babe, did you send that email off that I gave you? Now she mad at you because you ain't on your dream the way she on your dream. Like, no, I'm gonna need you to start taking it serious. I can't keep carrying us. You're not serious about something, fellas, just tell your boys. That's all you gotta do. The same story, I'm gonna tell you the exact same shit. Yeah, yo, I seen this training program I was thinking about signing up for. You know what we gonna say? Word. That's what's up. That's it. That's all you wanna get. You're not serious, you don't gotta worry about shit, your boy. Word. That's what's up, fam. Good luck with that. That's it. That is all you're gonna get. I'm telling you, you're not meant to be understood, fellas. Only love. Just love them and you'll be fine. All the single and independent women in the house, and independent women, shout out. Don't need no nigga for shit. You still on your hot girl summer flow? Yeah? Yeah? Fellas, these women are a piece of shit. They full of shit. I'm letting you know that right now. Independent women, y'all love to be like, I don't need a man for nothing. I don't need a man for shit. I don't ha ha ha. Get what they ask. That's all they do is need some shit. Oh, I need my hair done. I need my nails done. Oh, I need something to eat. Oh, I need these bills paid. Oh, I need to come. Oh, I need for you to understand. Some bullshit. Not meant to be understood, fellas. Only love. And with that, I'm out of here, y'all. I'm your boy, Ward. I appreciate my guy, Ray DeJean, let me on. Shout out to my guy, Smokey. Yeah, we out of here.
Give it up for Walt one more time, ladies and gentlemen. This when music was music, right? Never do. Never do try. Yeah. Yeah. What? That's what men used to sound like women. What? That was that good music, boy, right? Right? Young people don't know nothing about that. That's when music had two sounds when they used to have the deep voice dude and the little voice dude. Like, we are all the people that make you want to scream. B is for the anytime. B is for the people. P is for the every time it's anybody. B is for the people that make you want to ride. B is for the every time. Make that pussy pop. We are all the people. Give it up for my boy one more time, Walt. We are going to keep this show rolling. Coming to the stage, my boy, hailing from the Bronx, New York, ladies and gentlemen. I want y'all to get up for my boy, Baba Feeney, y'all. Get up for Baba Feeney.
What's up, everybody? It's comedian Baba Feeney here at Laughaholics. About to go on in a little while, do my thing for Laughaholics. Y'all stay tuned. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really quick, ladies and gentlemen, I'm politely disrespectful. I'm also hilariously rude. And when I wrote these jokes, ladies and gentlemen, I ain't know none of y'all. So if any of y'all is a little bit sensitive, feel like what I'm saying is a coincidence, do me a favor, people, and unbitch yourself. And we gonna have a good time. Can I get that, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, thank you, thank you. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, when you and your brothers and sisters have different fathers, you know your mother might be a hoe, right? I love that joke because I'm my only child and shit. And I could tell who mother a hoe in here by who ain't laughing. You know I could see you, right? Unbitch yourself. She might have changed by now. Clap it up, ladies and gentlemen, if you love kids, have kids. Clap it up, you love kids, have kids. I got a bunch of kids and shit. I ain't got enough time to tell you about all of them and shit. What I will say is I got a problem with pulling out. Oh my God. Also got a fetish and shit for watching my cum grow. Hello? This shit is funny. Everybody in here is somebody's cum growing. That's a fact. What's really funny is some of y'all don't know whose fucking cum you are. Unbitch yourself. Let me ask y'all something. Did y'all know y'all was going to a comedy show today? Of course. Okay, because I hate when I see people put good clothes over fucked up bodies and try to stare at me like I ain't funny. You know I could see you, right? Unbitch yourself. I'm sorry, boo. I'm sorry. Shit's real. Shit's real. Clap it up if you got ugly friends. Hello? Hello? Everybody got an ugly fucking friend. But if you got an ugly friend, try to boost up their self-esteem and shit. Like, you know, tell them shit like, you know what? You don't even really look that bad, though. It's just that you just a little bit less fortunate faced it. That's it. You ever seen an ugly person get surprised and their surprise face look better than their regular ugly face? Hello? Ugly, yeah, ugly. That means you took ugly to another level. Yeah, ugly. You ever seen an ugly pregnant chick? Clap it up. Yeah, that means niggas is nasty. Excuse me, I wasn't supposed to say that. I mean people nasty. It's a lot of mental illness going on. When you got a good face and you think that other face was nice and you mix with it, something's wrong there. Clap if you understand what I just said. Thank you. Love my laugh. Love me. Hit me up. Follow me on Facebook, all that. I need it. Because y'all laughing at all these internet people and they ain't really funny when they get right here. But y'all don't know about that. Stupid. Cell phones pacifying us. How many of y'all know more than 5 cell phone numbers by heart? Only you. Only one genius. 2 genius. I only know 3. My mother. My baby mother. This other bitch for emergency purposes. I think the cell phones is trying to gay us up, fellas. Ladies look fine on their phones, but fellas, you ever be on your phone, don't notice playing whatever you play, and you be like this, don't notice, but other people see you? I fucking hate Candy Crush. That shit sounds so gay. I play it on silent and shit. You ever play that shit? Sound gay as hell and shit. Sweet. What the fuck? Divine. Get the... Tasty. I don't know about you fellas, but that made me want to get a flip phone, say fuck a swipe. Any weed smokers in the building? Hey, come see me, I got it. I'm just not playing. I'm an avid smoker. I just hate when motherfuckers come to my house with just a Dutch, no fucking weed. That shit get on my nerves and shit. So what I do is, before you get to my house, think you gonna get all high and free, cause I got it, is I eat my girl pussy real quick. Bitch yourself. And when you come with just that Dutch, guess what? I wanna roll. The only thing I hate is a motherfucker never got a nickel and a dime, but he always want to know what kind of weed it is, right? He be like, yo, what's this? Loud? Yo, what's this? Piff? Yo, where you get this from? Down the block? I be like, nah, man, get that back. This is Taisha. You smoking pussy for free, how that feel? Any birthdays in the building? Happy birthday, happy birthday. Many more solar returns, many more solar returns. You know what I found out about women? They never want to tell us their age. Clap, fellas, if this is true. Women never want to tell us their age. Fellas, it's like 8 of y'all. Clap. We're outnumbered here. Act like you here. Women will never tell you, oh, a lady never tell you her age. We never tell. But I figured it out, fellas, and it's real easy. Every roll on their back is 12 years. Bitches always lying. I'm 26, and then I walk up, hold up. Boop, 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 boop. This bitch is 42. Boop, 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 boop. 62. Sometimes you be off, and if they got this shit in the front, add 25. I'm sorry, don't get sensitive. Bitch yourself and work out. I hate all my baby mothers because they blame they fucked up body on me. It take 9 months to have a baby, correct? And 9 more fucking months to work out after the baby to get your damn body back. So whose fault is it? Yours, bitch. Y'all don't want to hear that shit. There's a lot of fucked up bodies in here tonight. You know I can see you, right? Bitch yourself. Yeah, people hate the truth. People hate the truth. People hate the crazy. I'm gonna keep it real. If I see it, I'm gonna say it. Everybody ain't handsome and pretty. It's a goddamn fact. You know what else I hate? Fake ass butts. I hate them fake done butt, shot up butt bitches. Hello? Is it only me? I hate that, yo. I feel inadequate when I see it. Who want to see 2 basketballs in denim? Like, that's not sexy. That's not sexy to me. Now I gotta even it up, because income tax time is coming and I'm feeling inadequate about that situation. So what I gotta do now, when I get my income tax money, I gotta go to DR, get my dick done. Hello? Yeah, I'm expecting like 9,200 and shit, but you never get what you want and they always snatching some shit. Plus my baby mother got a one-shot deal, so I'm probably gonna get only like 2,500 back. So now I can't go to DR and shit. Now, but my boy told me over in Mexico, by where they making that new wall at, I heard you could get an eggplant for 500 over there. I'm gonna get my shit done one way or the other. But then, they took my feds and they only gave my state and it was only like 388. But I'm determined. So what I'm gonna do is, y'all remember from the train, Dr. Zizmore? I'm gonna go to Dr. Zizmore, get me a skin graft from my feet to my shit. But women always complaining and shit. Like, well, nigga, what's going on? Why you itching? Why you scratching like that? I'm like, shut up, bitch. I got athlete's cock. Ladies and gentlemen, I want y'all to know that if y'all laughing, y'all living. Stress kills, it takes 20 years off your life. And most of y'all look like y'all over fucking 40 anyway. Hey, yo, follow me on Instagram, Mr. Unbitch Yourself, all together. Barbara Feeney on Facebook. I see y'all, you see me. Let's do it together. Thank you, everybody.
My mom used to have a card game, and all her friends used to come to my house and put their coats in the back, and I used to have to take all the coats in the back, and I stole all the change out of everybody's coat. As soon as you come in, I'm looking for coats. Like, yeah, I got that. Don't even worry about that, sir. I know you got some change, Mr. Johnson. Give me that motherfucking coat. That's when your parents used to send you to the store for cigarettes and shit. Remember that? With a note, my mother said she need a pack of Philip Morris king size and 2 beds. And the man give you the shit, right? They used to give the kids cigarettes. Miller High Life. What was that shit? Night Train? Remember Night Train? Niggas don't remember that. Black people, we don't fuck with that. We want to give it up for yourselves for coming out, guys. I love y'all to death. Follow me on Instagram, Smokey Suarez, Facebook, Smokey Suarez, Pornhub, Smokey Suarez / Coming to the stage now, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to bring our boy to the stage, the man of the hour. Bring it up for my boy, Ray DeJean. Yes.
Come on, y'all gotta do better than that. Give it up for Smokey Suarez from Harlem, USA. Funny as hell. Actor, comedian, writer, you know what it is. Thank you for coming out to season 7 of Laughaholics Live. We appreciate all of you. God bless and have a good night. Thank you.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Good evening, music friends and friends of music. I'm your host, Steve, and welcome to the Bric TV studio for the final B-side of 2016. You know, it's not often that music bloggers throw around phrases like high-level pop rock with strains of retro folk and psych, but sometimes the shoe just fits. Tonight's band, Easy TV, may be relatively new to most listeners, but they've already made a name for themselves as potent purveyors of power pop, and they've been busy following up their 2015 debut album, Calling Out, with this year's High in Place. Surely there's much more to come, starting with an hour of music and chatting on tonight's B-side. Stay tuned. Nice work, guys.
Thank you, Steve.
Sounds great. I got so many questions here, and I think I know where to start. You guys, it might seem like are suddenly a band that has a record deal and have 2 records out and captured tracks. That all happened in the past, what, year and a half or 2 years? But I want to talk a little bit about how you guys all met before this band, because I know you personally, and I know that you've known each other for a long time. So, yeah, where did you guys meet?
Well, we all met in New York when we came here for college. Michael was the first person I met in Spanish class. When he said Soy de Tacoma, Washington, and I said Soy de Seattle, Washington, we felt sparks right away. And I think you were the first person I started playing music with, then later Ezra, and we toiled in obscurity for many years, and now we're toiling in semi-obscurity.
You guys went to
NYU, yeah.
And some of you went for the recording program, right?
Yeah, me and Shane did. And
Okay.
You journalism?
Journalism and English.
So, real quickly, before you guys even met, I just want to go around and if you could each just say how many bands you were in before you all met. Just give me a number. I want to put this into perspective. It's like you think a band just comes together and makes a record, but you've all had been playing music for how many years before you guys even met, and then we'll talk about how long it took for you guys to form this band, but how many bands were you in before you all met in college? Shane?
Half a dozen to 10, something like that. Yeah, I played my first show when I was 11 years old at my own birthday party. And we played 2 songs, Closing Time by Semisonic and Wonderwall by Oasis.
Michael?
Like all time, all bands?
Before you guys met.
Yeah, marching band. That was my first band.
Okay. Ezra?
I'd say probably only 3. 'Cause I'm kind of stubborn. I like to only play my own songs.
But still, you were all, before you even met, you had all been in at least 3 bands. Then you guys meet in college, and you guys, I know the 2 of you were in another group together called Strange Shapes. I want to take the whole audience on a little history lesson before we get to Easy TV. But tell us a little bit about that band.
Yeah, so Ezra started Strange Shapes with 3 other friends. I was just a fan. I saw their first show, and I said, I want to be in that band. And I weaseled my way into that band. But there were a lot of bands back then. You were one of them too, one of note. Delicate Steve was probably like the first band in our friend group that started to do something. And we had a lot of jealousy and wished you ill for many years. No, I'm just kidding.
Here we all are.
And then Michael had a great band called Widow's Peak back then too. So yeah, it was like we had this little group of friends where we all played in each other's groups, and then it all sort of calcified and we started doing our own different things.
And then you all start working on demos for this band, or was Ezra the one who started making demos and then you guys got interested in?
Well, we got sort of a strange call. I think we were in Montreal just doing nothing, going to see shows. And Michael called, said there was a tryout to be in Spiritualize's backing band because he had just sacked his band. And he was about to play Coachella or something crazy. So we got together and frantically learned those songs and failed that audition pretty badly, but then realized Michael was a great drummer. So.
Yeah, so the stuff that we were living together at the time, so Ezra was working away in his back room making demos, and I would listen to them through the wall. And yeah, after we jammed with Michael on Spiritualized stuff, we were like, maybe we should just get together and you play with Michael, because he just has I feel like the right chemistry to bring those songs out.
You guys want to hit us with another tune?
Yeah.
And let us know the name of this one. What is it?
It's called Very Heart.
Cool.
To bury your heart now. arm's length from you. More that you say, less that you do. Sometimes the hour gets very long. I'm losing my patience when I should be carrying on. You used to work so hard, now you just give it away. You got to bury your heart this way. Sometimes the waiting drags you on down. I feel it's growing onto this graveyard ground. Sometimes the hour gets very long. I'm losing my patience when I should be carrying on.
Nice work, boys. I want to talk about touring because you were just on tour. I'm talking specifically just the fall. I know you guys did some touring in the States and touring in Europe. How was that experience? If you could generalize, was it fun? Was it easy? Was it hard?
I think it was all of those things, kind of. We've never done extensive touring. We did like about 2 months, including going to Europe, which was really fun. Unfortunately, we were playing with a band and the lead singer broke his jaw in a parking lot after one of the shows, so we had to cancel about half of that tour.
So you turned it into like a European vacation.
It became a bit of a vacation.
Well, we like scrambled after that happened and energized the network. So we set up a couple extra shows in London, and then our friends in this band, Quilt, happened to be playing in Paris. And they talked to the promoter and got us on. So then our tour turned into touring by rail. So we took trains around, played that show in Paris, which was really fun. But we started the kind of touring season by probably doing the most fun tour that maybe anyone's ever been on, which was playing with Jenny Lewis this summer while she was touring the 10th anniversary of the Rabbit Fur Coat record. And that was just like out of this world. Like when I was in my bedroom as a middle schooler dreaming about what it would be like on tour, it was all of that. It was so great. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, does that experience happen more and more the longer you play music? And you know, if you were in your bedroom, your younger self being on tour, did it feel real when you were in the moment, or were you freaking out like a little kid? Like, describe that feeling, because it's something that happens as you play music more and more, and you know, you try to become the background band for Spiritualize, and it's like kind of like not a big deal. I don't really know what the question is, but isn't it weird?
Yeah, I mean, it is weird, but I don't think it's that different from anybody who's progressing through any particular career. I mean, you have the downside of getting used to this stuff, which can definitely happen, and I've seen that happen to a lot of bands where it just turns into kind of a slog and a job. So I think we're still firmly placed in the area of just feeling appreciative and having a lot of fun and being as present as possible.
And do you have a manager as a band?
No, if you're watching Brooklyn Public Access TV,
you heard it
wanna be our
here
manager.
first. So
we manage ourselves.
Yeah, that
sort of.
Just to put that into perspective, your tour, your European tour, suddenly gets canceled halfway through the tour, and you guys managed to get your own shows out of it. Again, these are like, since I play music and I'm in a band and I know what this experience is like, I don't have a question for you. I just want to be like, it's crazy. Like,
yeah, go for it, man. Look in the camera. Tell us all about it.
it's crazy. It's crazy. Which camera? I'll look into all of them. It's crazy. Imagining your favorite rock stars from whatever era before this ever having to think about half of the stuff you have to think about now when you are in an active band. It's just such a trip. And,
it's part of the work.
What's that?
It's part of the work.
It's part of the work. It's just part of the
If you sat down and thought about how crazy it was, I don't think it would be overwhelming.
Yeah. Our tour just got canceled. We're in Europe. We have to find shows to play that have already been booked for months. Well, congratulations for being so resourceful, because I feel like that's one of the ways to be a successful band. And by successful, I mean just being able to do what you do and continue to play music, which is something that I think is really cool. How much are you guys thinking about the future when you guys are in this band? You have like short-term goals of now you just finished a tour and you're going to think about writing new songs, I assume, and making a new record, or?
Well, I was reading Jack from this band Ultimate Painting we just toured with gave me a book of Dean Wareham from Luna, wrote an autobiography. And I think of him as, he's in Galaxy 500, super successful, well-known guy. But reading his biography just made me realize like how broke he was. I mean, I think to even just be able to put out albums and have a long career, I mean, career's even maybe the wrong word, but just be able to do it is a success.
I'll say. Do you guys want to hit us with another tune?
Yeah.
What's this one going to be called?
Blue Buzz.
Blue Buzz. Take it away.
Loneliness will make you age faster than you want to. Maybe it's just at this stage time has really gotten me through. Running when my mind's still trying to be with you. Trying to be with you.
Ezra, tell us about this guitar you got here.
This is, you're the first person to ask me that.
Oh.
It's a baby Bison Baldwin guitar.
A baby Bison Baldwin. In general, how important is the gear you guys have to the songwriting process for you? Do you like, are you in your apartment jamming on that guitar and that's how you come up with guitar sounds? Or are you demoing stuff on?
Yeah, I demo stuff a lot. I mean, I collect equipment as a hobby, but I try not to have that be a focal point of like songwriting. Like I do actually a lot of my songwriting just on an acoustic guitar without any effects or whatever.
Speaking of acoustic guitar, who do we have over here joining you guys on the Guild?
I'm not quite sure. No, this is Christian Peslak. Easy TV is a three-piece in the studio, and after we made our first record, Jarvis Tavernier of Woods, who was producing the album, was really trying to get us to play as a four-piece live, to the point where it got where he was like, I'm going to play a guitar at the next show, and you guys are just going to have to deal with it. And we were just very against it at first, and then when we did, we were like, all right, this is starting to sound really good. So he did Inception on us and made us realize that we needed somebody live. So we've been fortunate enough to play with a bunch of really great guitar players, and now Christian Peslak, somebody you know very well, is with us, singing and playing.
Well, everybody give a round of applause for Christian over here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Christian and I'm trying to tie this all in. Christian and I, we've played music for years together in multiple bands, which this just goes to show you guys might be watching a band playing. Maybe you guys didn't even have any idea that Christian is a live member. You might also not know that Christian makes his own music. What else might they not know? That Christian and I were
Christian
in a
lives
band.
in Shane's basement.
I live in Shane's basement.
There's so many. We're going to make all of these connections
Steve,
right now.
me and you, we just shared our 8-year Facebook friend anniversary.
I saw that.
That's cute.
It was nice. Now, Chris, why don't you fill us in on some of the musical projects you've been a part of over the years?
Well, I played in a band called Delicate Steve for a long time. You might have heard of it, Steve.
What was that like?
It was really great. It was a great experience for me. I have my own band too called St. Rich. We put a record out on Merge like a couple years ago, and now I'm working on my big project, which I can't talk about right now.
Contractually.
Yeah.
Now, another little connection here is that Christian, Shane, and I were all in this band St. Rich together with a guitar player named Marshall, who was in a band with Ezra and Shane, the band we were talking about earlier called Strange Shape. So it seems like the music community is kind of small in that this is just like 5 things where we're all related, and this stuff happens all the time, I feel like.
Sounds like I wasn't invited.
You were off making your solo drum record, which more on that later. But yeah, it's just, that's a pretty cool thing. And now, Christian, you work at
a little store called Beacon's Closet.
Beacon's
It's a
Closet.
buy-sell trade clothing store, maybe you guys have been there.
And how important for all of you, now to bring the conversation to fashion, is fashion for your band? Are you guys going today? Oh, today's a Thursday. It's a show day. Gonna iron my whatever. No. So
I've been living out of a suitcase because I just sublet my apartment to tour. So I have been, this is the 3rd day that I've worn this.
Okay. But it's a very nicely packed suitcase, if we want to talk about it. You guys look great. I'm just...
Someone when we went up and played a show, someone came up afterwards and said that I really like you guys because you just look like normal guys. Like you were just hanging out at the bar and then you just walked on stage and there was no fuss. So maybe we're sort of anti-fashion.
I don't know, but then we also got that guy on Twitter who was tweeting about what we were wearing, but it was only during the sound check. So it must have just been the sound guy.
The timestamp betrayed him.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. He took great offense to the fact that Ezra was wearing all white and something about Labor Day or Memorial Day or something like that, and called us S-birds. I'll let you fill in the blank.
Shysters.
So I don't know. I mean, some people think we're just normal guys, and some people think we're a little too Brooklyn, a little too dressed up.
Well, normal guys or Brooklyners. Let's
Fashionistas.
Let's hear you guys play another song.
All right, this is called Temporary Gold.
It's a simple sound, not sure that it's real. Changing all the time, the way that I feel. Rolling down the hill, the air and the ground. Turned around. Temporary gold. Temporary gold. Well, I guess you're back now, you know the play. A familiar house in a stranger's face. I just wanna find a door that won't run. I can't trust. Temporary gold. Temporary gold. Things get bad, will you stay? No, for now, still okay. Get locked up, tie things down. Freedom here, don't need much. Without you hanging round. Temporary gold. Temporary gold. Temporary.
Nice work, boys. I'm just going to jump right into this next question. I just made it up before we started. I want to get just riffing. I want to get your thoughts here. The year is 1973. Okay, you're playing the Hollywood Sportatorium, which is in Pembroke Pines, Florida. It's located 26 miles from downtown Miami. You guys have one guest list spot left, and your manager informs you that both John Denver and Cher are in town and inquiring about seeing the show. Who do you give it to and why?
This is a Michael question.
What's the significance of the date for John?
What do you mean?
Does he die the next day?
No, he died in the 90s. So
Oh.
they're in their prime.
Oh, okay.
They're in their prime.
Yeah, yeah.
73.
Cher.
Why?
So I could ask about Sonny? No?
Well,
Shane
I think
disagrees.
EasyTV has.
It's a good answer. Yeah, there's no right or wrong.
I think EasyTV has plenty of John Denver in our like ethos. You know what I mean? I think a little bit of that Cher could rub off, and you know,
Potentially alter the fate of
or
your
just
band.
benefit from a little bit of that vibe. Also.
Uh-huh.
And also, Cher is a much more special person if we're really thinking about it. Like, who's truly like more unique.
Did you guys see that documentary on John Denver?
No.
No.
It's pretty good.
Should we watch it now?
Well, that's cool. I was trying to get some more free association going, but I didn't have anything else as specific as that. But what do you guys?
What do we want to talk about?
Yeah, what do you guys want to talk about? I want to give the floor to
Should
you
we
guys.
do some Mad Libs right now?
No, let's.
Audience participation.
Like, what do you want to tell these people sitting here right now? Is there anything you want to try to convey to them? I want to try to get this
we
flowing
can talk
here.
about that last song and how we put our most recent record together. So on our second record, we produced it ourselves because Ezra and I are engineers and went to school for that. So with the little extra money we had by saving on that, we got guest producers to come in on different songs on a song-to-song basis. And we, for that song, Temporary Gold, we got one of our favorite artists working right now, Chris Cohen, to come in and truly just like produce it. We gave him a pretty raw demo and spent 2 days in the studio with
Actually, I
him to
didn't. I was too nervous to give him the demo ahead of time.
Oh, really?
So I gave it to him the day of. I wish I had done that, but
Yeah.
I was freaking out because I love him so much.
Yeah, that was probably the most nerve-wracking one. I mean, I had a meltdown at a certain point where I was just like, maybe Chris, you should just play the bass. I don't know what to do, man. And then he like calmed me down, showed me what to do.
And tell the audience who Chris Cohen is and why he's so special to you guys.
All you.
He's a musician. He's on our label, Captured Tracks. He played in Deerhoof, and he's also played in a number of other bands. I think he was playing in Ariel Pink's band. He had a band called Cryptosize. He's just a great musician who's been around for a while.
Aside from him, do you guys have any other real strong sonic influences that help shape the recording process? Not necessarily the songwriting, but you guys being recording engineers. Like, do you guys have another studio that you really like what came out of, or a producer? Could be somebody who's been who isn't contemporary, but
Yeah, I mean, there's a danger for a band like us to, get pigeonholed and talked about as if we're revivalists in a certain way. So it's not like we're explicitly trying to sound like we're from a certain era, but it's more like, we'll be sitting in the studio, time to do a guitar part, and we'll be like, oh, there's this Chris Spedding song where the acoustic guitar has like a bunch of chorus on it. Let's listen to it and do that. And then sometimes it'll be something really contemporary. And I don't know, I think the objective more than anything is to create, something timeless, try to sneak in some of our own new recording ideas without sounding too like reverential of, the past.
you guys want to hit another jam?
Yeah, let's do it.
What's this one called?
This one's called Hammock.
Now, Michael, you're about to count the song off. Are you already got the tempo in your head right now? Have you been like, so?
Yeah.
Okay. Take it away. Sorry.
On a humming, swinging, slowly side to side. Pendulum keeps moving. Wonder where it will land tonight. Lie on my back, stare at the sun. Lie on my back, stare at the sun. Lie on my back, stare at the sun. There's still some suspension, holding things in place. Gravity and wondering when I'm gone, who's going to take my place? Lie on my back, stare at the sun. Lie on my back, stare at the sun. Lie on my back, stare at the sun. I spent hours on my own. Why does it feel strange to be alone? Running around in these blind times. Thoughts of you, they're not hard to find. Lie on my back, stare at the sun. Lie on my back, stare at the sun. Lie on my back, stare at the sun. At the sun.
You guys want to hit another song right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This song is called High Flying Faith.
Lie
Couple specific things on that track that I thought were pretty cool. Most notably, the last part of that drum beat reminded me a little bit of Billie Jean. Was that an influence on that track?
Yes.
Subconsciously.
Subconsciously. Do you guys think in those kind of terms when you're recording? What about a part that's like Jimmy Page guitar riff? Maybe not Jimmy Page, but calling out other artists.
If I could sound like any of the people who I was inspired by, even the slightest bit, that's a good day.
Sure. Cool. Do you guys have any bands that you really like that are around now, maybe label mates or others besides Chris Cohen, who's a contemporary, bands you've toured with or seen in Brooklyn that you want to rep right now?
Yeah, we really like this band Omni that we played with, as well as Sheer Agony from Montreal.
Okay, Montreal bands.
What else? We always talk about that magical band that opened for us in Tennessee, Ornament.
Oh yeah.
But
yeah,
this is like the fourth time we talked about it, so maybe we won't. But they have nothing out. They will. They were really great.
Cool.
I don't know. Yeah.
You guys all live in Brooklyn, right?
Queens.
Lives in Queens.
Oh, nice. Whereabouts?
Ridgewood.
Oh yeah. Cool. And
Ridgewood
how
in the
often?
house.
How often are you guys going out and seeing live music in Brooklyn when you're home from tour?
Quite a lot. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, a few nights a week. Sometimes more, sometimes less. What have you guys seen this week?
Saw a $75 bill on Sunday night, part of their Sunday night residency, which concludes this Sunday, the 18th, and it's a heart-stoppingly good show.
Where is that show?
At Union Pool.
Cool.
Should we take this opportunity to talk about our big show? Or is it
Yeah.
not
I
supposed to
forgot
talk
about
about
that.
it yet?
Yeah.
Steve's coming out with a new record.
I didn't forget about that,
Yeah,
but I forgot
playing
about
Bowery Ballroom on February 3rd.
February 3rd.
And
Delicate Steve.
We're going to open.
Easy
for
TV.
you. Yeah.
Chris, see you there?
I'll be there.
Are you going to pull double whammy that night?
We'll see.
Maybe.
The price is right. Yeah, I forgot we're doing that show. I have a poster. Somebody's designing a poster for that show. It's going to be very cool. Also on the bill is Annie Hart from the band Au revoir Simone, which
Great
I'm
band.
really
Cool.
excited about. So if you're all around, there's about 500 people in here. Bowery Ballroom tickets are going to sell out once you guys all hear about the show. Let's do another jam right now. Now I see the set list and I know that this one is, if I'm not mistaken, called The Light, which is, I think, my favorite Easy TV song. Although there were others that you played so far that I liked almost as much. But The Light stands out to me, and I just love the chorus. Before, this is a total off-the-grid request here, but before you guys hit this song, would you mind giving a little run-through, maybe of just Sans drums, acoustic like little run-through of the chorus, just like one time through, so that people can get it in their heads, and then they'll be looking out for it?
I feel like that would give it away. But I don't know.
Just a little.
Just on the bass, maybe. Look forward to that.
Want to join in? Maybe no vocals?
I think maybe you should do it, a cappella.
Oh, I am. I love that. I love that. Okay, look out for it. The next song is The Light, and it features that awesome part, but there's also singing too, and it's going to make it sound even better. And drums. Easy TV, take it away.
Shut me down. So God's written your heart, keep jumping. Oh, your heart keep jumping. I'm hoping you see in the light. 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 I'm hoping you see in the light.
Nice work, fellas. Let's you hit them and me with one more tune.
Cool.
All right, this is gonna be our last song.
Sky goes pink, can't get close. Hiding what I need the most. Miss this space, not lost. Each turn around the soft spot. Oh no, it's now I can't go on. Been racing to a stop with you. Looking up, falling down. Try to change directions around. Parts once still used, let it on through. Oh no, it's now I can't go on. Been racing to a stop with you. Looking backwards like a flash, going nowhere, time moves fast. Waste this race and country all on you. It's now I can't go on. Been racing to a stop with you. I know it's now I can't go on. Been racing to a stop with you.
Thank you guys very much for being a part of this show. I want to say I'm really excited for our show together at the Bowery Ballroom, which is probably the next time you guys are playing, February 3rd. So everybody, check it out. Check out this band. That's about all the time we've got for tonight, but many thanks for checking out tonight's B-side. To rewatch and catch past episodes, get over to youtube.com/Bric Tv. Massive gratitude to the men of Easy TV for serenading us this evening. Make sure to pick up High in Place at your local music store. It makes the perfect stocking stuffer. I'm Steve, and here's to big things for all of us in 2017. Good night, Brooklyn.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
$542 million years ago, the Cambrian explosion. Well, it wasn't a literal explosion.
The Sciart Six is a diverse, multicultural performing troupe. We have rap around environmental racism, environmental justice, and of course climate change. We do clowning around pollution issues.
So as an engineer in my day job, I get to work on artificial intelligence for machines. And then here with Sciart 6, as a clown, I get to do artificial stupidity.
In a time when we have the worst possible kind of clown in the White House, we need good clowns to teach a real message
about the environment.
You can drink the water out of the Gowanus. What's anybody worried about? The EPA and the Superfund site and...
I joined this group last year actually. I auditioned, I really loved like the concept of unlimited, like a possibility you can put, you know, because it's a science, like you're putting the facts into a really creative process into this art.
Sick planet needs resuscitation, stop dying. So many people feeling we can make you stop trying. But that's the luxury we can't afford to exercise. Only when our breath is compromised, we open up our eyes.
My name is Benu Muhammad, otherwise known as Benu, the soothsayer. I am an MC, a poet, hip-hop artist, and I'm a part of the Sci-Art 6, a theatrical mosh posh of beautiful artists that have dedicated themselves to educating the community.
Quetzalcoatlus, a 575-pound bird that was also a very fast ground runner.
Mimi!
A snake with a lizard head.
It's getting closer.
I spend my time scheduling rehearsals, trying to get everybody together.
Hi, are you the Science 6?
Yeah. Yes.
Right downstairs.
Thank you. It's just fun to consider that science has a lot of solutions for the problems that we're facing today. So it's both for me. It's both, there's a social responsibility aspect of this work for me, but there's also, I wouldn't do it if it wasn't really fun. Palam, you're gonna get some water here. You're a very lucky girl. It's from, we collected it from the Gowanus Canal this morning. Now there's parasites and bacteria and PCBs.
Do we ever say what PCBs are, what that stands for?
Polychlorinated biphenyl something, is that right? Science guy? It's important to me to get the science right. Should I mention that it has syphilis? Yeah, why not?
It's really great to be doing performances that are scientifically based and also kind of have a purpose to them. As a clown, my name is Johnny McGonigal, and Johnny the clown is also kind of nerdy. He's a sweet guy who doesn't really understand how his body works very well. So, but his favorite song is a classic disco tune, so he likes trying to dance, he's just not great at it. So we developed this in rehearsals, and I've had so much fun with it. It's just a very simple back and forth step touch, back to the basics. Really, really fun little dance for him to do. After movies like Napoleon Dynamite and other things, you see these people who are kind of nerdy guys, they get out there, they start doing their awkward thing, and then you expect them to bust out, but Johnny's not that guy. When I'm putting on the clown makeup, I'm becoming a different person. I'm becoming Johnny. He loves wearing this makeup. It's fun, and I gotta say, as Adam, it's fun wearing a full-on white face and goofy, you know, eyeshadow all over the place and looking kind of funky.
We did a trashing show, which we are doing the fashion show with the trash, and that really made me think that nothing is useless and everything is useful. We can really like boost ourselves, and then we can really be cocky and arrogant and be really fashionable with our trash.
We educate adults, but a large part of our target is towards the youth, particularly elementary and middle school youth. Because again, those are the kids that really take on the bulk of the information and can actually do something with it later on in life. And we like to think that we're a catalyst for little brains changing.
At birth, I identified as female. I was born biologically female. And now I identify as trans male. Growing up, you know, I wasn't the one, you know, who got raped or treated bad by a man in a bad relationship. You know, my father was there all my life. He grew up in my life all the way, you know, until I was 24 years old. I've been in a relationship, you know, with men before. They've never done me wrong. But that's not, you know, the reason why, you know, I'm going through with this transition. I was not played, I was not abused, I was not, you know, sexually, you know, assaulted, none of that by a man. It's not why I'm doing it. You know, it's solely because it's for my happiness, for myself, my being, you know, my self-esteem, my confidence. Not because a man has done me wrong or there was no male figure in my life. In school, it wasn't really, being gay, lesbian wasn't really accepted. You know, after I came out, a lot of people that I talked to, you know, they stopped talking to me, you know, they stopped being my friend because of that. I didn't really know why, but, you know, I still kept going on, like, with myself. I even, you know, at one point, I started dressing feminine, you know, just to, like, fit in, just, you know, so maybe these people would be my friend again. It didn't work. To be honest, it ate me up inside. When my mother didn't, you know, accept it either, it hurt me even more. You know, that's when I got into, you know, self, you know, mutilation. I started hurting myself when I was around 16 years old. I would cut myself with, like, razor blades, safety pins, anything I could really find. I was just angry, so I did it. I felt better hurting myself. It was like a release. So after feeling that release, you know, I would feel better. But then, you know, something would trigger me and then it would come back. So after a while, you know, as I got a little bit older, you know, I stopped cutting myself, but I still found other ways, like as an outlet to release, like the anger. So I resorted to, you know, stretching my ears. I haven't had a name change yet, and that's where it gets really, really hard. You know, going on to construction sites, you know, mostly because that's like what I like to do. It's like when I apply for jobs, you know, they'll see my regular name, and obviously, automatically they think, oh, Selena, it's a girl. It's a girl, I'm not gonna, you know. So I'm like, you know, it makes it harder for me to get a job. So the dysphoria plays, you know, a big part in this. Every day, you know, I wake up and I'm just like, shit, you know, I gotta put this binder on. It's like, you know, can people tell, you know, that I'm still female? Can, you know, is my face not, you know, masculine enough? You know, is my, you know, it just doesn't stick out, my Adam's apple. You know, I feel like, you know, there's certain things that I do that people can still tell that I'm like female. So it gets to me, it gets to my head a little bit. You know, so it's like every day I kind of gotta like practice, you know, masculine like traits, like the way I walk, you know, the way I dress, you know, the way I talk. It's just about me not being, you know, dysphoric and being, you know, hating my body. You know, it's not about like privilege and them having, you know, man having it over women. It's just like how I feel like as a person. I feel like I would just feel better, you know, have more self-esteem, be more confident, you know, if I was if I looked more and felt more, you know, masculine. As far as where I am with my body, I'm not where I want to be yet. I'm still waiting, you know, on the first surgery to happen, which is the top surgery. Once I get there, then I will be, you know, somewhat, you know, closer to happiness. But for right now, you know, I'll take that for what it is. I need people on my side, you know, not just my community, my people. I need everyone, you know, mamas, papas, uncles, granddaddies, everybody in different countries, straight, pansexual, bisexual, everybody. I need everybody, you know, on my side. I need the whole community. I want to feel safe, you know, I want to be, you know, I don't want to step on my door and pray to God, you know, that, you know, am I gonna make it to the end of the day? You know, am I gonna make it, you know, to the next morning, wake up, you know? I just need everybody. I need that. I need that support, totally.
No. Oh. Why, hello there, handsome. Mind if I just cuddle up next to you? I run the People's Own Organic Power Project, or the POOP Project. And we are an arts and education organization that blazes past the toilet taboo in order to stimulate creative conversation about sustainable sanitation for the person, planet, and world community.
But if we can't discuss a problem, we can't fix it. We all know that everybody poops, but we don't like to admit it. That's what the Poop Project is trying to change. Through art, theater, and education, we get people talking about their, well, you know, by boldly breaking wind and taboos and making number 2 our number 1.
Our poop is not a poison necessarily, it's not a waste, it's actually a resource that we could be using, just like all of the waste we create. But right now, it's just falling through the cracks. We're standing at Newtown Creek Wastewater Treatment Plant, which is one of the world's best examples of a modern wastewater treatment plant. This plant has these giant digester eggs behind me. Well, they're eggs, and they're full of poop. And they're taking that poop, and they're putting it together with bacteria, and they're turning that poop into fertilizer. Newtown Creek is supposed to power 12,000 homes. Our poop is an enormous resource that we could be using.
Milwaukee has been selling their citizens' poop as fertilizer since 1926. Right now, buses in Great Britain are fueled with man-made methane instead of gasoline. Innovative omni-processor technology in Senegal is transforming raw sewage into clean water. And water-free toilets fertilize crops in Haiti while keeping deadly cholera at bay. It can be done. Every child can have a chance because the resources they need are already inside of them.
Often people ask me, why do you do the Poop Project? How did you get started? It came from me not loving myself, and really specifically as a kid, holding in my poop. There was a lot going on in my house as a kid, and maybe some things felt a little out of control, and that's one thing I could control, was what came out of my body. When I was in high school, I went to Spain for a study abroad program, and I didn't poop for like 2 weeks. I was in a lot of misery. And I finally went to the toilet. It won't flush down. I have to go to my host mother, Maria Teresa, and say, hay una problema muy grande. And she came and she saw it, and she was like, oh, well, that's why you haven't felt good. She really showed me that love and compassion. And it really was a life-changing moment for me. I realized this shame that I had felt partially was also because of the secrecy. Everyone was just disappearing, and then they came back out, and their experience was normal, and mine seemed to be extraordinary. That's when I started to realize that poop is power, and the shame that I felt as a little boy is a shame that all of us feel, and it's taught to us by our society. But if we take our stuff and we hide it away and pretend it doesn't exist, that's when we get problems. Hey, you smell like my cousin Trudy. I wonder if that's where you came from. Is it? And we need to really get over this poop shame and start to love ourselves from the bottom up. So I do that in 2 ways. Well, I do it in lots of ways, but one is a show for grown-ups called An Inconvenient Poop that is really a TED Talk about why we feel the way we do about poo, how it got to be that way, the problems our current system creates for our bodies, our planet, for people around the globe, and how we can all be a part of changing that situation just by coming out of the water closet and declaring loud and proud, I'm a pooper. One of my big jobs working with the Poop Project is talking to the little children. Now, I don't know about you, but I have never met a kid who's poop shy. Well, they love talking about it, but then their grown-ups start to tell them, no, 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 that's a potty word. I think the reason they know it's funny to talk about poop is because we don't want them to talk about it. But Sean and me, we get kids having serious conversations about their poop, because there's no reason to be ashamed. And if you're looking at it, you might know something more about whether your body agrees with the food you ate.
But you know, poop is a normal part of life, and there's nothing wrong with it. Why, I bet these friends here, I bet they're all poopers. Is that true? Do you poop? You know, like I said, Wanda, sometimes people are a little embarrassed to talk about poop, and that's why the Poop Project exists.
We want kids to know that it's important they have a safe place to go potty at school, that if they haven't been able to poop for a while, they should tell a grown-up.
Sometimes I like to ask new friends all the words that they know for the brown stuff that comes out of their bottoms. I see a hand back there. Yes, sir? Do. Yeah, don't be wrong. Do. Right here. Yes, miss? A dingleberry.
I think that there are lots of reasons we should be talking about poop. It's the people's own organic power, just like Sean says.
I think it's about time for us to leave. Yeah, I think so. But maybe we can end with a great big fart. On the count of 3 to send us away. Here you go. You ready? 1, 2, 3.
My name is Terry Torrington. I am a content creator, producer, and also a founder for Slate TV.
My name is Sean Torrington. I am the CEO and founder of Slate TV. I am also a filmmaker. We're here at LGBT Week, kicking off the week with our upfront for Slate TV.
Just pump the beat, 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 just pump the beat.
This is gold. Yeah, I mean, we were showcasing what Slate has to offer, like all the different shows, documentaries, movies, just the different content creators around the country or abroad that have content that we're streaming on our platform, just showing the diversity within the community.
I'm James Felton Keith. I'm the co-founder of Slate TV. We just finished our very first upfront. We demoed about 30 minutes of different content that covers our 5,000 hours of movie shorts, docuseries, scripted series, you name it. It was beautiful, but we're also kicking off LGBT Week, which is kind of a big deal. We're right in between where all the new fronts end for like the IAB world and where LGBT Week starts.
Back in 2010, we met at a house party, minding my business, and this guy comes along, you know, talking about he wants my number and, you know, hang out and all this good stuff.
At the house party, I was on the prowl, and I told everybody literally, I'm gonna find my boyfriend tonight. But nobody believed me. So in comes Terry with these beautiful teeth. And that's the first thing that actually caught my attention. And then after I told everybody, I ran in the room, I was like, listen, I found my boyfriend. Like, he is here. And they was like, yo, Sean, you crazy. But I'm like a hopeful romantic. So I already knew from his energy that he was gonna be like the ones.
From there, we've always had a creative relationship. Like, our idols have always been Will Smith and Jada Pinkett, how they create together. They have like this
They have fun together.
creative business family, and we've always done different things.
And enlightened. You know, we created this web series back in 2013, it was, called No Shade, and Terry was one of the stars of the series. And we wanted to create season 2, but I did not want to just put it on, well, we didn't want to put it on any platform and have it just floating around YouTube and just not actually have it monetized the way it should have been monetized. So we had the ability to actually go somewhat mainstream, but what they wanted from us, they wanted to change the story around, and we just wanted it to keep it real authentic, and basically it just wouldn't have been No Shade anymore. So we didn't go that route, but Terry came up with this awesome idea, why don't we create our own platform? But I was like, well, how are we gonna do that? Like, seriously, we don't know how to create a platform. He was like, if you make it, they will come.
I know particularly for me, I created a web series called Love at First Night, which is about 2 guys who meet through a hookup and they end up in this long-term relationship. It really is not autobiographical, it's not like my life, but it's situations from being with Sean over 7 years now, putting that out there. And I guess for a lot of people, they reached out to us and they're like, I don't feel that optimistic about relationships, but seeing your show really makes me hopeful. Or there's people that are like, oh my God, that's the same thing that me and my boyfriend go through. Or even heterosexual couples have hit us up and we're like, oh my God, these situations are so universal. I didn't know that you guys go through that. And it's like, you know, these are simple, basic things that humans experience throughout the spectrum. And it's, you know, for us to put that out there and people to relate to it through, I guess, the queer lens. It's like, okay, I get it now. You guys are normal, just like us. And it's like, that's the goal. And people reach out to us all the time and are like, you know, wow, I needed to see that. You know, I think even with No Shade, a couple years back, we had a young guy out in Ohio who reached out to us, said he gets bullied all the time, and you know, he doesn't feel comfortable being in his skin. But seeing this show with us out in the street and just being ourselves unapologetically really ignited something in him to be himself. And that, to me, over anything, that's the most important piece. It's just people saying that I got something from it, you know? And that's priceless.
Our mission is to create sustainable entrepreneurs that are generating revenue to keep creating the dope stuff that they create. So through our agency, because Slay is broken up into three different, I like to call them three different houses. So you have Slay TV, which everybody knows is today is our streaming network, but then you have Slay Studio, which is our in-house production company where we create content for Slay originals, and people would send us scripts and we would create it for them, of course with a bit of project management, but at the same time we can actually outsource stuff for other companies and create stuff and develop concepts and campaigns for them. So then you have Slay Agency, where we will build a campaign around content creators, films or web series, and we'll get it branded. We want people to keep creating stuff. We want to build an industry. We are building an industry around this. We feel like we are worth it, we have the skill, and we know that we have the resources, so why not? If we all work together, we can do this.
Our core message at the beginning was not just to create a big TV network or create a juggernaut of any kind, but we wanted to give all these content creators the opportunity to generate real revenues. Doesn't mean they're gonna make $1 billion overnight, but being able to get their content to an audience has never been done before in this fashion.
Basketball. I started playing basketball since I was a baby. My dad played basketball, my mom played basketball. So I was always around the game. I'm a professional basketball player, played in the NBA 6 years, overseas for about 9 years now.
Walton back to Parker. Parker has yet to miss from the field, and
man, sometimes you got to use every inch of that rim to get one to drop and smush Parker.
I played for 6 NBA teams: the Cleveland Cavaliers, Detroit Pistons, Phoenix Suns, LA Lakers, Miami Heat, and the LA Clippers.
Ray Allen with all 7 of his points within a 90-second stretch early on. Oh, Parker turns up a facial on photographer. Smush Parker.
My journey to the NBA is an interesting one. I was actually discovered playing basketball in the streets of New York City. Basketball, street ball is rampant here in New York. I'm born and raised in Brooklyn, Kings County Hospital. Flatbush raised me. I played in 3 NBA Summer Leagues, and I was discovered by the Cleveland Cavaliers, who gave me a chance to make their team. And 15 games into the season, I was their starting point guard. Because we have so much access to basketball here in New York, it builds a competitive drive for us to be better than the next guy. So it puts a chip on our shoulder. Playing in the NBA definitely wasn't what I expected. Well, I expected the NBA, when I view basketball, I view it as a sport. I view it as a game, something that you love to do. It's unfortunate, but basketball here in America has become a business. Basketball, you know, in other countries is still a sport. It's still a game that people love, and you know, they are entertained by the sport of the game. Here, I was playing in the NBA. It was kind of stealing the love and the joy from me. And I got to a low point in my career where I started to not really like the game. And at that point, I decided that I needed to walk away. Well, growing up, my family was big on going to church, so I was always in the church. And of course, at that age, I didn't understand religion. I didn't understand who the Lord was and who God was, but the seeds were planted. My whole career, I would say, pretty much my whole career in the NBA, I felt like there was something missing. Even though I achieved making the NBA, even though I had dreams of having money and cars and buying my parents a home, buying them a car and jewelry and all of that stuff, which I had and was able to do for my family, I wasn't happy. I was still searching for something greater. And how could that be? I've achieved everything that I wanted to do, but I still felt a void, still felt empty. And it wasn't until I found my church, that I grew up in, and I got reunited with Christ, and I started learning about the ways of the Lord and trying to live for God, that I found that piece that I was missing. Here in New York City and in Brooklyn, I've partnered up with the PAL system, Police Athletic League, and it's a good program. It's actually free for the kids. Have I ever gotten technical fouls during the season? I have quite a few. I don't promote it.
Smush was very passionate about giving back to the community, especially in Brooklyn, but in all of New York City. The kids loved it. We're looking forward to working with Smush again in the future and all of our 24 sites.
I feel good about this partnership, and I feel like I could give back and inspire a lot of the kids here in Brooklyn. I was once the kids that you see here in the park. I was them.
The numbers tell a story, and headlines paint a picture of the nation's largest public housing authority. some 11,000 employees strong, with 178,000 apartments spread across nearly 2,500 buildings. Buildings that are home to one of every 14 New Yorkers in this city. Now, it's a big system with some big issues. Issues that we can only begin to address during the course of this event. Now, we're aware of the limits of this forum, but we also know that there is brilliance within NYCHA communities. And tonight we're inviting you to be heard, to give voice to concerns and share your solutions, to join us in creating a living record so no one, whether elected official or casual observer, can ever say they didn't know about NYCHA and the cost of living. So welcome to this Bric Be Heard Town Hall that we're undertaking in partnership with the folks at the Economic Hardship Reporting Project. And as I said, we invite you to be heard, but right now we would also like for you to be seen. So Lindsay, can you help me out with the house lights for a second and let folks know who are here? So this is our community for the evening. This is the town in the town hall. So now that they can see you, I want to start this off on the right foot by asking all of you assembled here, thank you for being here, by the way. So how many of us here are from a NYCHA community? Give me a hand. All right, they've been talking about y'all. So right now I want you to answer back. We're going to get into some issues and talk about solutions, but right now I want to know from you in your own voice, what is it about NYCHA that makes it a community worth fighting for, that needs all the attention outside of an election year? I'm looking at you without the two front teeth there. He has something to say. So who else is going to be as spirited as this young man? Come over here. I want you to stand next to me at the risk of working with children and animals, as they say you never should. So you come down here and tell me what makes the place that you live so awesome with this.
I love the place that is so awesome. We fight for our country.
You fight for your country and your home?
Yes.
Good for you. Thank you for coming down. All right. So the seal has been broken, and at the risk of trying to outdo him, I'm looking at you guys who over 21, or at least in the teenage realm, not to be ageist, has something to say about their community and why NYCHA is worth fighting for. I'm looking at you all the way over here. I should let everybody know by way of housekeeping that I have a voicemail on my account right now from this lady who told me what as we open this night, to keep what at the center of this whole conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Vines, for having this.
Yeah.
There was a meeting that was scheduled in the City Hall chambers today. It was Development and Privatization, chaired by VP Cressida White.
Yep.
It was canceled. This is the second meeting that was canceled. There's a smoke-free policy that's criminalizing tenants. You have two people from City Council here who will serve no purpose tonight. You need to hear from the residents.
Well, we're hearing from the residents, and you know what? Don't preempt them before they talk. We're looking for good things to talk about the community.
$75,000.
I'm not going to wind you up just yet. So who has something that they want to talk about that's great about the community before I interview you or introduce you to these folks?
Hi, I'm Carolyn Capistor. I live in Brownsville Housing. What's good about our community is because we actually live there, we work there, we sleep there, we indulge with our families and friends there. So we want our community to be better than what it is. In beautification, in where we live, bring new things to our environment where we live. So it has to be something positive that's definitely coming in, within our neighborhood.
Okay. Anybody else before I make my way over here? Last word before we introduce you to our panel? What do you have? Stand up for us.
Well,
turn around there. Your friends are looking. Go.
Oh, yeah. So, well, I agree with both, of my elders, but I also really agree with the young man that spoke before me, because what's great about our community is that it is the working, laboring, fighting force of the city. And so without that force, with that force being criminalized, and regardless of that, just what we go through walking out of that neighborhood, that's enough. The tragedies that we go through walking out of that neighborhood and surviving our workforce and coming back into our neighborhoods, that is more than enough for NYCHA to be represented in terms of what kind of community we are. You know, we basically are the community that this city is built on.
All right, I think somebody should clap for that. So, if you didn't get a chance to share, don't despair, because I'm looking at you. I took note, but I just want to let you know who's in the room. So we're going to have a conversation that goes back and forth, but just so you know, we've invited some folks who we think will help this conversation move along. I'm looking right now at you, Lisa Kenner. Lisa Kenner is not a stranger to many folks in the room. She's been a resident association president at the Van Dyke Houses for a number of years. I don't know if you want me to say exactly how many, but we'll get to it. She's a woman of experience, and she definitely has something to say tonight. Thanks for being here, Lisa.
Thank you.
Nicholas Dagan Bloom is a doctor. He's a PhD. He's also written several books. He serves as the Associate Professor of Social Science and the Chair of Interdisciplinary Studies at NYTT. He's also the author of 8 books, including Public Housing That Works. So thanks for being here. And I'm looking right now at Greg B. Smith. He's an investigative reporter. I'm sure you've read him in the New York Daily News, where he is usually sticking it to NYCHA. So thank you for being here.
I do what I can.
I'm looking at Alika Ampry Samuel, who is a city council member representing the 41st District. She's also here in her capacity as the NYCHA chair on our city council. Thanks for being here, council member. And we're going to make it a twofer. We also have from the Bronx, Richie Torres, who is a former chair of NYCHA, but now serves in the capacity as the chair on the Oversight and Investigation Committee for the New York City Housing Authority. So that's who these guys are. We know a little bit about just who you are from the few voices that we've heard so far, but I'm going to ask you, just by way of introduction for folks who don't know you, where it is that your work connects with NYCHA communities. If you could share briefly so everyone can know who you are so we can get our conversation started.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Lisa Kenner, and I am the Resident Association President of Van Dyke Houses. Now, my work starts off with making sure that NYCHA does what they're supposed to do. Everybody always say, she thinks Van Dyke is the White House. Yes, I do. If I don't think it's the White House, who else gonna think it's the White House? So we have to fight to keep a decent, clean, and safe place. And I'm one of those people that's out there, get in trouble sometime, but it's all right. I can lay down and wake up with a peace of mind. But I'm also one to say that you'll all have to fight with us to keep our home. That's our home, that's our pride, that's our morals. And I grew up there. I was born and raised. When my mother died when I was 19, I was the first one in Van Dyke to have an apartment. Didn't have to be married. The man told me I had to be married. I wasn't gonna be married. And that's why 40 years later, I'm still living there, and I'm gonna still fight till the day I die.
Dr. Bloom, you're up.
So I've written a number of books, as you mentioned, and Public Housing That Worked was 2008, which looks at the history of the New York City Housing Authority. And my interest in it is not just in sort of the history of this very large, interesting institution, but its value to the people. So in that book and other books I've written about public and affordable housing, I've always tried to identify both the weaknesses, whether it were design or other kinds of issues that have come up, but also the value that people find in this. And I think the value to the city as a whole. I think it really is one of the only bulwarks against, a city that becomes really a city for the elite.
All right, Greg.
So I am a reporter, a dying breed, and I've been looking at the New York City Housing Authority and the way it's run, which you're all familiar with, for 5 years now. And when I started to look at it, I was shocked at the mismanagement and the lack of transparency and the consistent inability of the tenants who live in these buildings to have their voices heard. And I've spent the last 5 years writing about all of that. And where it's going is very difficult to know. There's now a federal judge involved. So I am trying to be optimistic, but my job is certainly not over. And I hope to continue to make sure that the New York City Housing Authority, the people, whoever happens to be running it, no matter what the mayor is, that they start paying attention for the first time and really do what they're supposed to do.
So before we go, please. Before we go to the council member, I just want to remind you that as soon as we meet these last two, we're going to be taking some questions and get our dialogue started. So if you do have something that you want to start off with, an issue that we can all talk about as a community, you can make your way to this aisle or this one, and I'll meet you there in a second. But council member.
Good evening. So I'm Councilwoman Alika Ampry Samuel, and I do serve the 41st Council District, which is Brownsville, Ocean Hill, Bed-Stuy, Crown Heights, and East Flatbush. And I'm excited about being in this role. The reason why I'm here and the reason why it makes sense is because I was born and raised in NYCHA. I grew up in Marcus Garvey houses. My mother lived in NYCHA. My grandmother lived in New York City public housing. And so I have seen a lot in my role just growing up and seeing my mother, seeing my family struggle every single day, but figure out a way to make a way out of no way. And leaving public housing, going off to school, and having the opportunity to come back home and serve in different capacities, I then became an employee at NYCHA and served in the executive office. And I left NYCHA to run for city council. And I'm appreciative of my experiences. I'm appreciative of how I was raised, because I try to show people that I am not the exception at all in public housing. I'm not the exception. I am the example. And me and Richie, who are members of the New York City Council in really high-level positions throughout our careers, we are the example of what NYCHA produces. And so I try to say that. I make sure to say that every time I get the opportunity to let people know that this is who they're dealing with, and that's who I am. So it just makes sense that I'm here.
Council member.
Richie Torres from the Bronx. I feel outnumbered, but proud to be here.
It's okay, we welcome you.
But before this year, I was the chair of the Committee on Public Housing for 4 years. And I presently chair the Investigations Committee, so I partner closely with Alika to investigate some of the management failures at the New York City Housing Authority. But, NYCHA is deeply personal for me. I was born and raised in Thorogsneck houses. Raised by a single mother who had to raise 3 children, often on a little more than minimum wage, lurching from one low-wage job to the next. And I grew up with many challenges, but the one constant that I had at every turn of my life was a stable, affordable home. Mm-hmm. And I often tell people I'm the youngest elected official, youngest council member in the city, and I would not be where I am today were it not for public housing and the stability it gave me and my family. And so I owe a huge debt to NYCHA, and I see it as my mission in life to do everything I can to preserve it for the next generation.
All right, so now you have some indication as to who's in the room and just why we invited them, but we're gonna start off with your question.
Hi, my name is Karen Blondell. I'm an organizer in South Brooklyn. I'm also a resident of public housing since 1982, when I was placed in Red Hook houses. When I got to Red Hook houses, the situation was already blighted. From my evidence and from the history of NYCHA, NYCHA was set up to take people from poor to self-sufficiency. The same time that blacks were moving here from the south of North America to the north of North America, a lot of rezoning started happening, and we found ourselves in public housing without the self-sufficiency side of the coin. Potential has been stolen from residents in regards to lead poisoning, mold, loss of wages. I work too. When I came to NYCHA, I was going in the Navy. And I lost that potential because I became pregnant out of wedlock and decided to keep my child. But NYCHA had in place Section 3 since 1982. It's a shame that most residents don't know Section 3 is there for them, and that is one of the things that is a part of the U.S. settlement. I have one question to ask to everybody here. When we as residents had to deal with zero tolerance from the Clinton administration to present time, how is it okay for NYCHA to have falsified, fraudulently reported about lead, mold, and everything else, and no one's being criminally charged? That's number one. Number two, how do they get to go forward with RAD or infill when they're under a federal investigation? That's my question.
So we're going to start off with the easy stuff, right?
Okay.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
So do we want to address RAD first, or should we, does a table need to be set to talk about even, Nick, I'm looking at you, Dr. Bloom, in some of the history that's inherent in there, talking about Black people moving into public housing, which was something that started with a wave of folks who were being saved from the tenements and slums around before Black folks were even allowed in.
Right.
Well, the way it works is that there were African-American residents of public housing back in the 1930s, Harlem River houses, and some of the other projects, but there was highly segregated.
Still
are. What happened over time was that whites primarily, which, by the way, public housing was primarily built for white people in the city. People don't know this, right? But they, after World War II, they had a lot of opportunities to go to the suburbs, and they moved out. And it became primarily either African-American, Puerto Rican by the late 1950s.
They got GI billed, we got redlined.
Right.
That is correct.
Right.
That is correct. Yeah. That is
It's
a very good summary.
Because we're still getting redlined in the cyber world now.
That's right.
So the red line is not going on the same. How you guys are doing it, number one, you're mixing the term public housing with affordable housing, and those are two different programs.
Which we
and
can
I don't
address.
understand. Wait, I don't
you've already got three good ones. Wait, save some for the people.
I don't understand. Let me finish.
Yeah.
I don't understand for the life of me how people in public housing are paying more rent than people in affordable housing when we're supposed to be the very low and low income tenants. Okay? I think a moratorium needs to happen tonight.
Do you want to comment on that?
I mean, I can. I just want to talk about the federal investigation because I know a lot about that. So what has happened is the United States Attorney for Manhattan has spent the last 2 years looking into emails and documents and talking to mostly to the workers who work at that place, and have found this pattern of fraud that's just stunning. And what's happened is NYCHA decided that they want to make this all go away, so they signed an agreement called a consent decree. It has to be approved by a federal judge. That hasn't happened yet, but in the interim, what's happened is the U.S. Attorney, after they looked at all of this stuff, they decided there's actually criminal behavior here. So as we sit here, there is an active criminal investigation that is going on right now that I can't talk a lot about, but a little bit about, that they're looking into whether there has been a pattern of fraudulent filing of documents, where they're claiming, for example, that they went to a tenant's apartment and did an inspection, but they didn't go to the tenant's apartment. They just took a form and signed the tenant's name. And there's a laundry list of bad behavior here that is being looked at as we speak.
Can I say something? I want to go to the point about the rent being high. I can remember back in 1998, 1999, they was having a meeting at Thomas Jefferson, and because they was talking about taking the rent up, because remember we was on the ceiling rent.
Right.
But we as the people, the residents, we didn't go to the meeting. See, I can't just blame NYCHA for that. It's us. See, if we'd have went in there the droves, they couldn't do it, being that it wasn't that many people at Thomas Jefferson, you know? So they was able to do it. Just like when they have the town hall meetings, only a few people come down there to BMCC, you know? They have to have it once a year because HUD said you have to have it. But we don't come down there. I see very few people that have come. If we would come in the droves and come together, we can get a lot more done. I'm not just going to blame NYCHA. It's on us because we allowed them to get away with it.
Alika, you up?
I just wanted to speak to the development and infill deals that you mentioned, as well as the RAD, because there was another sister here that opening remarks was related to the same topic.
So RAD, can you just, for those who don't know, break down rental assistance?
So in all honesty, RAD was actually started by Barack Obama. The way RAD is situated today, rental assistance demonstration, in 2011. And what it does is it converts the public housing units, public housing Section 9 units, to Section 8 housing. And so where you have now just like actual public housing apartment where they'll charge you 30% of your income to your rent, no matter if you make $200 or you make $20,000, that is your rent. But with Section 8, you get this, like everything else, a Section 8 voucher. And so it could be attached to the actual unit. And so that is what's happening across the city. One of the main examples of it is Ocean Bay, the old Edgemere houses in Far Rockaway, Queens, that went through a RAD conversion. And so they did everything from updating the apartments, actually renovated the units, to the buildings and the overall development. But I wanted to speak to all of that because we were going to have a hearing today at City Hall in the chamber. And we found out at the last minute but today, it was supposed to be today, we found out on Monday that the executive vice president of real estate, who was supposed to testify at this morning's hearing, had quit or resigned on Friday. And so we had no one to actually to testify to the questions we had related to the previous RAD deals, the present ones, and what they had in the pipeline, as well as speaking to all of the development infill deals in the projects and the update on the status of affordable housing being built on the empty lots, as well as the 50-50 deals, the market rate versus affordable housing. And so we were looking forward to a productive hearing, and there was, in the end, no one there to testify. And so we had to cancel it yesterday with the hope and the commitment from the administration that the new chair, Stan, would be present to testify before the end of the month.
So I'm going to have to make my way over here, but while I walk, I want you, Dr. Bloom, to talk about the difference between affordability, as we've been told, in the context of public housing, about this split, what the difference is.
Wait, she didn't answer what RAD is. She just answered the definition of RAD. She did not answer the question. And the question is,
rental assistance.
how does NYCHA move forward with any business when they're under federal investigation?
No, you're absolutely right, and that's what we were going to talk about today. I don't think NYCHA should move forward with anything right now because there's questionable management, there's questioning dealings, and if there's any kind of investigation happening right now, if Judge Pauly is reviewing the consent decree, I don't think they should be moving forward. What they can be doing is just making sure that they're fixing the heat and hot water systems right now that are happening as we're going into the heating system, and they can make sure they're going into the apartments doing what they were supposed to be doing with the lead abatements. I mean, they can be moving forward with those current issues that are related to our health, well, related to everyone's health, but they shouldn't be doing any kind of deals or closing any kind of contract deals with development.
What's happening. And the bottom line is, I had the lead inspection last week, which is a new one. And all you did was you brought in somebody, an industrial hygienist, good name, good title. All he had was a flashlight. Come on now. Come on, I could do better testing by sending away for a kit to the EPA.
Your criticism is, I was a critic of the consent decree.
I am
because
too.
There's no evidence that
But I'm a critic of
more monitoring is going to improve public housing. We've had a monitor for mold for 5 years, and we're no closer to remediating mold in public housing. So, Sheila.
So affordability.
Oh, yeah. So I think the easiest way to think about it is that public housing is developed and managed by the public sector, and the affordable housing sector is a public-private partnership. And so the rents in public housing are closely related to what the subsidy is, an annual subsidy that comes from the federal government, primarily at this point. The affordable housing sector is complicated. There can be Section 8 used in it, but by and large, it's private sector developers and managers who look after it, and so they basically, they have been subsidized to build the projects, but that they have the affordable housing projects. But after that, they're looking for a return on investment that includes both lower income, middle income, and even some more of the higher income groups.
Can I actually add one more? Because I think what I think the key difference is public housing is the truest form of affordable housing. In my opinion, the federal government defines low-income housing as 60% of AMI. 60% of AMI is $50,000 a year.
AMI, the American
area median income, which varies widely from region to region. 50,000 is double the median income in my council district.
Right.
So most low-income housing that we're creating in the private sector is unaffordable to the poorest New Yorkers, for whom the only option is either Section 8 or public housing, which is administered by NYCHA. So truly affordable housing is public housing.
First of all, whatever project you live in, you need to find out who your tenants association is. Get a copy of your bylaws, because these tenants associations are keeping their members hostage. They got cools, they hooking it up with their cools and shit. Excuse me, Mr. Vines. And this district council of presidents, whether it's south, north, east, or west, are a bunch of crooks. That tenant participation activity money that was meant to be spent for us in these developments to create programs and things for our families and so forth, that's HUD money. We don't even know what's happening with it. We was promised there was going to be a hearing. That ain't happened yet. The smoke-free proposal that is law now, it's a law. You call the CCC, the Central Complaint, what is it? 718-707-7771. The smoke is coming up to your door through the windows and everything. You call there. They don't even have a code. You know, like when your toilet is broken, your door is broken, there's a code for that. There's no code for the smoke-free policy. I had a meeting in my building because I'm not going to sit up there and die, okay? And here it is, all the smokers were stabbing me in my guts. But it took my guts to go down there and have that meeting, because we got rights too. NYCHA, they don't have the buildings posted with the laminated black and laminated posters. I'm doing all this work because the Tenants Association in Washington is full of garbage. They don't have the potential I have. I was a TA president for 3.5 years when the info piece came to Washington houses. We took out TPA money and it did not happen. But we probably should have let them tear the management office down because they don't do nothing.
So let me just jump in for a second.
I want to thank Mr. Vines. Anybody that want my email address, I will help you, because we are being screwed. And last thing, the only way we're going to get justice is by shutting 250 Broadway down. It's going to take organization. It's going to take us organizing. All these tenant association presidents that have been there 50 years that are serving no purpose, sit your tails down. It's about taking care of business. We want to shut 250 Broadway down. We're going to have to mobilize and organize, because NYCHA doesn't give a rat's tail about us. We are being smoked out. Our tenants, and they're criminalizing us with this smoke-free policy. So that way you mad at your neighbor and you cussing them out and they fighting you, and all, it's just another way to get rid of us. They don't give a rat's tail about us. We are dying. And I thank God for this opportunity to be here. We got our children sitting in the audience and we're perpetrating the fraud. Last thing. The city council paid $175,000 for a leadership academy that serves no purpose, because the TPA money that was spent from HUD already sent us to conferences in Atlanta and conferences here and conferences there with the National Coalition of Housing, all this old BS. We are dying in the projects. They don't give a rat's ass about us. Anybody that want my email address, I'm willing to die, because you're going to die anyway. You're getting smoked out, and the list goes on, and I am willing to die. Thank you, Mr. Vines, for inviting me. Mr. Torres and Ms. Samuels, I don't mean to disrespect you.
So that's not.
Because you earned your credibility. You are highly educated, but you are black just like we are, and in the end, your education ain't going to mean you a hell of beans. Your cum laudes are none of that.
I don't have
Excuse me. Excuse me. Let me.
Proud of mine.
So wait. Let's get centered here. There was a lot there to unpack. And a lot of you recognize some truth in what you heard just now. So I'm looking at you now, Ms. Kenner, as a tenant association president, someone who is
because I have some presidents sitting in here, and I know we do good work. Because one thing as presidents, you do not get paid. You know, it's a thankless job, but you live where you live, and you want better for your people and yourself. What the young lady was saying about people being presidents for the longest that haven't done anything. And I have to say, with my TPA funds, I take my people on places. If I go to conference, they go to conference. And those who want to go, there's signs up there, they read, sign up. I don't discriminate against anybody. I walk through the street asking people, do they want to participate? I'd like to take the people to the Black and Puerto Rican caucus, and I take it as an intergenerational. Take the kids and their parents. One time Housing told me, well, Ms. Ken, you can't take the kids. I said, you know what, I take the parents. Parents babysit their kids. This way I ain't got to stay up 2 o'clock in the morning because the kids don't want to go to sleep.
So what do you get from going to these conferences that you bring back to the community? What you get from going to the conference, you learn about all your elected officials. You learn workshops. They go to the workshops. There's a youth summit. They meet different kids from all over the state, not just Brooklyn or Queens or Manhattan. So the thing is, before it was the district used to have the money. We have to give them 10%. But after last year, they said we didn't have to give it to them because I wasn't getting mines anyway to Brooklyn East because I ain't seen a breakdown yet what you spend it on. So I understand what you're saying, and that's why we have to ask for a full account so you can see, okay? And I think it goes better the way it is, because everybody knows. But you know one thing? People have to come to association meetings and open up their mouth. No, it's not about offering nothing. See, it can't be about, it can't be always about food and things like, you want to come to here because you want to know what's going on so you can pass the information on to your neighbor, to yourself. So right now, we're hearing a lot about accountability on what really is a micro level and about neighbor to neighbor and what's happening. So I just want to broaden this up and talk about accountability that we get to push up the ladder all the way to the top to the people who are pressing a lot of buttons.
And let me just add, so everyone is hurt. There's a lot of pain. And I'm glad that we're having this conversation, this dialogue, because we haven't had it before. And the reason why we're having it is because the cover was lifted, right? And the cover was lifted because of media, right? Putting NYCHA and the issues and the mismanagement and the fraud on Front Street, full blast, in the spotlight. And so they can't hide. But remember, like, so I know with elected officials, with city council, we live in our districts. I live in Brownsville, right? And I'm raising a 12-year-old son in the middle of Brownsville. And so what's happening in our community, it's like an all-out attack on Black and brown low-income communities, not just across the city, but across this country. And so I like the fact that we're having this conversation, this dialogue, because we're rising up as a people. You see it with the electoral process and everything else. We're actually finally having a voice. We're being heard, right? And this is the first time, and it's an exciting moment for us. And again, we are excited.
And she do her job. She does her job.
Because
she's doing her job.
Because this is an opportunity for the voices to be, to be heard.
$75,000 job, and I go home with my welfare check. So don't sit here and make it sound like it's glorified.
Listen.
Let me.
Go ahead, finish.
So,
Crystal, come on.
And the fact that we are elected to office, I am in this position because the people in the district elected us to office in order to be a voice of the people, to hold the mayor accountable for the people, in order to hold the agencies that are supposed to provide a service to our people. We are here as a voice, and we were elected to office. And so this is a time right now where it's finally an opportunity to have a seat at the table, finally an opportunity for people to come together and organize and mobilize using the same words, being able to finally have this moment in time. And what are we going to do with it? Is the question, and it's time to have a conversation about the solutions and what are we going to do to actually turn this corner so that the residents can actually get what they deserve, which is safe, affordable, and clean housing that's not killing.
That's the only way we're going to get results.
In addition to shutting it down.
We got to go into the streets like the unions do. The unions go in the streets by the thousands. That's the only way we're going to shut this thing down.
Excuse me. Let me just.
Hey. No.
Hold up.
No more.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, Mr.
No, we're going to have one meeting here, okay? We're going to have one meeting, and if you would like to have a voice, the loudest voices will not always win. The people who bring their experience forward are going to be heard and not shouted down in any way in this forum. Yes?
Yes. Let me just say this for a minute. What the young lady saying about protesting around 250 Broadway. We did that a couple months ago. I didn't see her walking around that 7-10 times around that block. And out of that came out our chairperson resigned. You know, we went, Jericho, I know, my knee's still hurting. But we walked around there about 10 or 15 times demonstrating. You know, we all can say what people should do. And I got to say, Councilwoman Alika Ampry-Samuel is my city council person. And if she wasn't doing the right thing, Lisa would be out there hollering at 400 Rockaway Avenue. She just got in, and I think she's doing an excellent job. She's going to keep on doing an excellent job. You got to keep her in prayer. You know, that's why we can't go nowhere, because we too busy knocking each other down. And we would stop knocking each other down. You know what force we can be?
That's right.
I don't care if you ain't got 2 pennies in your pocket. You could be a force, but if we work together, instead of being haters and being jealous because she got a better pair of shoes than I do, and my mother would say, if you see something, work to get it. You know, all that hollering and hooping, and I ain't never seen that lady walk around 10 blocks.
Okay, back to here.
But everybody's upset, and this
Absolutely.
is a very, yeah.
Come on.
I'm relatively new to NYCHA. I've only been there for 4 years, but I am the acting TA vice president. This is my acting vice president until we get acting president until we get elected. We can either go with the divide and conquer mode, or we can work together. We don't have to agree, but we also don't have to be disagreeable.
That's right, Ms. Williams. Tell it.
I don't know you. I don't have to like you. I do so far. But I do have to work with you, or we get nothing done. We can yell, we can scream, we can holler at each other, or we can holler at the people who are not doing what we need them to do. Together, you know, people call me a snowflake. Snowflakes create avalanches. I'm ready.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. My name is Tyree, and I am the resident leader of Lafayette Gardens in this district that we are sitting in. The first thing, I'm upset because I don't see other people from my district and from the neighboring district because we were redistricted. Now, let me get to it. I want to bring everyone together that was said this evening. And I want to go back to what the young man said. I'm proud that I live in public housing. And I'm not one of these poor people that live in the alley. It's about time that we stop talking about this to the people who write stories and ask questions and publish books. It's about time that we stop telling stories about NYCHA of 20, 30 years ago, because that's not the NYCHA that we live in. The New York City Housing Authority that we live in today is way different. We are not the tenements. We are not people coming from the island that came across the ship and all of that. We all have jobs. We are lawyers, doctors, nurses, policemen, teachers, engineers. And I want to know if someone in this room has because you live in public housing, you get a free card, you don't have to pay taxes, you don't have to pay rent. I need my card. I'm owed 7 years. Nobody have given me a card that said because I live in public housing that I pay cheap rent or free rent. As a resident leader, I have to take out of my own pocket. We don't get paid. And those books, I am a student at CUNY for public administration. Those tenements and all that stuff we learn about from way back when, they don't exist now. So it's about time, and when do we start to tell the story and the reality of what the New York City Housing Authority and public housing is today? Not yesterday, but today. Because when I went to get my food stamps, I told them I live in public housing. They said, that's nice. Do you have a nice apartment? But you don't qualify for food stamps because you make too much money. So I need my free card. And this story that y'all keep talking about, we the poorest people, we not the poorest people in the city. And nor is public housing apartments any less or more cheaper than affordable housing. The average, I live in this district right here, and the average rent that the residents, and we are not tenants anymore, they're not tenements. Those buildings they building now are not tenements. Go outside, make a right, and look, and you will see Next Generation Building is a modern, up-to-date skyscraper, and it does not say tenements. When you apply for it, they say if you want to be a resident here, that's why they changed the name. HUD changed the name from Tenant Association to Resident Association. When are we going to start telling the story of the reality that is this day, October 3rd, 2018?
So it is undeniable that NYCHA is not a monolith. There is no one type of way to be or person who you are if you live in NYCHA. There's many stories as there are bricks in those buildings. And we were fortunate enough to meet someone exactly where they live in this moment in 2018 right now. And we have a story to share with you.
All right. My name is Jonquilla Wheeler. I live at 422 Blake Avenue, Van Dyke. Van Dyke Projects? No. It's not called projects no more. It's called like a development. Okay. My name is Jonquilla Wheeler. I live 422 Blake Avenue, and I live in Van Dyke Development. They tell us that the word project makes the people feel more urbanized or, feel more like lesser than like where other people live. So they just took project out and they just said it's like a development now. My family have lived in Van Dyke for about 30-something years. It had been about early July 2012. The health department came banging on my door. They came in white hazardous suits on. He's like, we have lead. When he explained to me how like the older buildings still have the lead and like the asbestos and stuff inside of it, that's when I started understanding it. And then when I spoke to Dr. Abbey, he told me like the effects that it could have like on the child's learning and the way they grow. To the management office, I'm hysterical, I'm crying, oh my God, my baby got lead in his system, like, what can we do? They're like, his lead levels wasn't even that high, so even if you do pursue something, it's not gonna go nowhere, they're gonna throw your case out. They told me that his levels wasn't high enough. And when I spoke to lawyers this year, they said his levels was at a level of 11. It wasn't 3, because that's what they had me thinking. His levels were 11. That's like borderline retardation. His levels will affect him for the rest of his life, period. And, you know, now it's like, I gotta put on my big girl shoes, and what can I do for him? You know, I have to be the voice for him now. You know, I gotta, you know, go in with a clear mind and do what I have to do for my family, because this cannot, you know, it's not even about my family. It's about the whole development, period. I don't believe I'm the only one going through this situation, you know? So if I'm going through it, maybe 2 people in the next building going through it, and then 2 people in that building's going through it. So how can we get it started now so everyone could be on the same page? Because they can't keep treating us. They can't keep treating us like this. They get their rent every month. If they don't, we're getting kicked out. So, you know, how can y'all help us while we're helping you? We're helping you by giving you the rent. What can y'all do to help us while we're living here? That's the main issue.
So we thank Jonquilla for sharing her story and the story of her family. She also happens to be your neighbor right on your floor, yeah? So this is the reality of where we are right now. And thanks to the folks at Unmappable Productions, that's going to be part of a larger documentary that's forthcoming. So stick with us. We'll keep sticking with them and telling the stories.
Okay, I want to speak on behalf of the woman whose story I just seen, the sister who stood here before me, because it's one thing when we can sit here and talk about working together, but it's another thing when we're supposed to ask questions and not hear answers. Because I got a call back from my son's pediatrician, that call back that no one ever wants to get. And she said, he's fine, but his lead ain't. And then she said, but you know, it's not 0, but he's good. So I'm thinking, what kind of a lying hospital system are we in? And where can we get our answers? Because I am an herbalist, and I already know about why the hospital system is not for us brown and black people. However, I have a home. I don't need to go to the hospital, but I need to go back home. I was fortunate enough to get myself out of NYCHA when I gave birth from my son who was conceived there. So that means in the 9 months that my child stayed in my womb, in those 9 months, his levels went up. Rest in peace, Diane, the mother's house, who I was staying in, who NYCHA evicted us after she passed away in her home because we were not her son and daughter, even though my baby father took care of her for 10 years. She almost died in that apartment, but she was dying there the whole time because she lived there during 9/11. And do you think her home was clean? Sorry, I'm from Albert E. Smith houses in Manhattan. So her home was destroyed in 9/11, and no one cleaned it up. No one cleaned it up for 10 years, and no one even went to her house and knocked on her door and said, these are your reparations. Her old ass had to go and get it. Do you think we have time for all of that? Second of all, right next to Albert E. Smith houses is a beautifully renovated school. And I mean beautiful. It has glass. I have never seen a school like that in New York City. It is on South Street. But our children cannot go to that school. It is down the fucking block. All right.
Gently.
Our children see that every single day. That difference is in front of their faces. That is what this sir was trying to say right here. Our children are seeing these rapid changes happening in the world, and they are being told that they are not part of it. Ooh. So we want to ask questions, you know? We want to ask questions. When will our children be part of it? If these developments are happening within months, they're renovating houses. I mean, what on earth? Months it takes to renovate a house, but years and years of lead poisoning. I mean, this is a genocide here.
So as we are standing in the city right now, our mayor has an affordable housing plan, and there's a plan for NYCHA, and there's about a mile in between the two of them. Can we move forward in a real way and break down a tale of two cities narrative if we have a mayor who's planning housing in two separate lanes without thinking of it holistically?
I don't think, personally, you talk about a tale of two cities. I don't believe or have faith that anyone cares about us at all. And as an elected official, it's difficult. But I can speak my truth, and I can speak what I've seen, because I'm not worried about my next election. I'm not worried about the next office that I'm going to run for, because I'm just worried about how I'm going to, in a sense, protect the people, like protect my people. And when I look at the mayor's housing plan, and I look at all these infill deals, at no point at all do they take in consideration the NYCHA voice. When you look at Holmes Tower, when you look at Wyckoff Gardens, where they're really, how much of a input did the residents actually have in talking about those actual deals? And
why can't we ask? Why can't you come and ask us? We're all over the place. Come and find us. Come and find us and bring us to wherever you're. I don't know anything about the politics in this country because I'm an international woman. But my grandmother lives in a hood that's worse than NYCHA. She don't even got electricity or heating. You know, this is a place that's like, what in that hood, the city council, because of the socialism of different countries around the world, the construct of socialism, they will go to their doors. They will go to their doors and ask them what they need. What do you need? Arms? Do you need arms? Do you need food? Do you need school? Do you need to take our kids? And I'm talking about a poor nation that has been ravaged by this nation. So it is not about who is cared, who cares about who and who doesn't care. We know no one cares about us. That's why we're here. No one cares about us. That's why we're here.
I care.
That ain't true. That isn't true.
I care.
If no one cares about us, then what the fuck are we gonna tell them?
So in all honesty, we elected.
You're a city council member, and you're telling us that no one cares about us.
I'm saying the city of when I say the city of New York, I'm talking about the administration. I'm talking about the mayor of New York. I'm talking about the deputy mayors that are in place right now. We have a deputy mayor right now named Melissa Glenn, who is the deputy mayor of housing, who won't even have a conversation with city council members. And so we are constantly fighting an administration right now that says, you know what, we don't care, we're not meeting with you. We have a chair right now, it's a new chair of NYCHA, who won't even meet with the resident leaders. And said he wanted to know why. And so when I say right now that people don't care, it's at a point now where we can actually say that, and what are we going to do next, right? And that's the part about organizing and mobilizing that I'm talking about. And when we look at the structure of NYCHA, like NYCHA has a board. Anytime there's any type of decision that has to be made, it goes before the board. I think there needs to be a whole restructuring of the board itself, because they're all mayoral appointees, right? And so there are so many, and I think that there needs to be a change in the resident structure. You know, I say it all the time. I think there should be a resident chief administrator, a chief resident officer who's part of the executive team making decisions on the 12th floor at 250 Broadway. But those are things that need to that we have talked about and said we need to see some real changes in NYCHA and the administration, because right now.
I think Alika hit the nail on the head. It was once said about the city council that the city council was worse than a rubber stamp, because at least a rubber stamp leaves an impression. And that's my opinion of the NYCHA board. But if you had NYCHA residents who were selected independently of the mayor, who would ask questions, who would challenge the bureaucracy, that's how you drive change. I think the solution lies in empowering residents to be members of the board and to be independent of the mayor. To be independent of the mayor.
Hold on, we have a question right here. I'll come to you, but right now we're here.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Reginald Bowman. I grew up down the block from here on Green between Cambridge and Graham, but I'm presently a resident of public housing since 1981, and I've served on many of the capacities, including resident association president of CEFLO at this point, and also a district chair. I'm also, this is my councilwoman, and I've worked with most of the people that have been involved in public housing. My question is, after all these years, as we see the brand new structures going up and all of the different modernization going on, is there going to be a capital infrastructure master plan put into place to restore all of the physical buildings of the New York City Housing Authority's portfolio? We can argue about what we're going through presently. We've been talking about this now back and forth, and we have lawsuits going on, but the buildings are going to be condemned. Just like what happened with Prospect Plaza when they first started the Hope 6 project, and they eventually had to tear down all of Prospect Plaza and rebuild it, and it took 20 years. We're now at a point where most of our buildings and our facilities are 50 years old or older, and this is 2018. So my question is this: are we going to organize to ask for a capital infrastructure plan that stops all of the infill, stops everything else, and just focuses on making sure that our facilities and our buildings, our apartments are fixed before NYCHA does anything else? And then the other question is this.
No, let's stop there. Like, we want to know where the money is going. So let's say, come on, we're going to meet right here. No more of this. We're having the meeting. Please stop. So, to you guys, about where the buck stops and the money and the operations, where is it going to be? So listen, we're not going to do this. Richie, is there a plan to overall, a centralized plan that works to make sure that the buildings, which are some 70 years now down the line?
There are PowerPoint presentations, but there's no plan. The greatest challenge NYCHA faces is a $32 billion capital need. Right. But here's the problem. Even if you were to magically pluck $32 billion out of thin air, the fact is NYCHA has no capacity to spend it. So these buildings are becoming unlivable, are collapsing at a much faster pace than NYCHA's ability to actually make repairs. When NYCHA testified before our heating hearing back in February, NYCHA said it would take 5 years to install a boiler. I mean, if it takes you 5 years to install a boiler, what makes you think you're going to, even if you had the $32 billion, what makes you think you could replace the thousands of roofs and elevators and boilers that are falling into deepening disrepair? So in order,
so wait,
before we can make the capital
life,
investment,
what does that even mean, that it would take 5 years to fix a boiler?
No, that has to do.
You have to fix the management.
It's the management is the core of the problem for all of this, because if you are given money and you don't know how to spend the money, or you sit on the money, which is what they are always doing, then it's almost, what's the point of that? But one of the things I think is one of the underlying problems here that I don't think people truly understand this. This authority is unlike any other city agency, and in this respect,
how so?
It has very little oversight. Basically, the only entity that looks down on the New York City Housing Authority and questions what it's doing is the United States government, which is HUD. And they have been asleep at the switch because this is the largest public housing authority in America by far. It's huge compared to everything else. So they haven't been looking. So if no one is looking, then you're able to sit on the money, or you're able to not take 5 years to put in a boiler. The only thing you disagree with the consent decree, and the consent decree is basically an idea that a federal judge will now have some sort of power to make them do what they're supposed to do. The consent decree allows the federal judge to approve a monitor. The monitor will, we hope, have enough power to say when they are not installing a boiler for 5 years, that they can punish them, or they can go out and hire a contractor and put them in there. I don't know that this is going to work.
Yeah.
But one thing I do know is that a lack of oversight, if it continues, is a recipe for disaster. You have to have somebody who's looking at what's going on there.
Isn't NYCHA in contempt of court for the last
Correct. What happened is they agreed. That is absolutely true. They signed. By the way, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting to mention the mayor. I don't know why I did that. The mayor is all over this thing, and so he signed the consent decree.
Listen, you know what? You're not on the microphone, so they can't hear you.
Let me just finish with the mayor. So the mayor signed this agreement, so did the Housing Authority, and almost immediately they were in violation of the agreement. You're correct. But here's what's happening. Now the federal government is now looking for, I think, for the first time ever, is actually looking at the Housing Authority. Will it work? I don't know. All I know is that if you don't look, you'll never see what's going on. And I think for the first time, at least someone's looking.
Well, Greg, if I could just take a slight tack on that. You say the federal government's going to be the savior of this thing, but the truth is that they have underfunded NYCHA at least since the 1990s, certainly even in the 1980s. And if you don't have the money, I mean, we can talk about reorganizing the board and reorganizing the structure, but the truth is they have, on an annual basis, the federal government has been providing, which has primarily been the responsible party for public housing in New York and the United States, has been providing maybe $200 to $300 million a year on enormous and well-known capital deficits. So let's hope that that HUD will have another view, and it'll be better because there'll be this federal piece. But again, without the funds, which I think people were talking about, without this money, no matter of management or restructuring is going to change. And I should point out the NYCHA board has been restructured within the last few years, was restructured as well to include resident folks. So it's money. I think follow the money.
Wait, before we go forward, and let's make this her turn right now to talking about solutions and just what is going to happen with the funds that are available now, as well as what it takes to make the money flow into a competent system that repairs boilers when we had 300,000 people who experienced no heat last winter as we're marching into winter now. Recently, I spoke with New York City Comptroller Scott Stringer, who's performed several audits of NYCHA, and he shared some of his ideas about a way forward.
We need data-driven work to help the struggling New Yorkers who need to understand what's going on. I think City Hall has to understand that there has to be a day-to-day, hour-by-hour operation to fix NYCHA. Call it ComStat, call it something else, but the same old isn't going to work here. So we have to think about ways to break that glass ceiling, and that's going to take some new ideas, new people, maybe a new attitude that we haven't seen, but same old's not working.
Would you welcome the federal oversight in the form of a monitor?
Well, we have it, and we have to work with it. But clearly, the oversight here has not been, or the planning has not worked, and we have to deal with that. Now, the one thing I want to just conclude and just say is there has to be federal help, right? Let's get some money here, let's get a management structure here, and let's go building by building and fix what I think is the greatest infrastructure that was built back in the day.
So just to finish up, the NYCHA chair is gone. Have enough people been purged from that system to make it go forward in a positive way for NYCHA residents?
I believe we need an entire restart on a management system within that bureaucracy. That bureaucracy makes the Department of Education bureaucracy look flowing without any incident. And sometimes, yes, you have to break apart the bureaucracy, but we don't discuss how to streamline the bureaucracy, using every transparent tool so the public knows the progress made. We don't reach out to our business community. We don't reach out to funders. We don't have that day-to-day ComStat. What's happening at Dyckman houses? What's happening at Ingersoll houses? What's happening at Smith houses? Why aren't we having war rooms every day? We do this for crime statistics. We do this for so many other things. Why don't we do it for NYCHA? NYCHA's in a crisis.
New York City Comptroller Scott Stringer, NYCHA's in a crisis. So this is the municipal level. Recently, in February, the IDC at the state level released a 9-point plan for what they see as a way forward for NYCHA, and it includes just some of the points requiring
No longer exists,
the
IDC.
Well, but the points remain,
Okay.
which are to require 311 to accept NYCHA complaints. Right now, there's no capacity for NYCHA complaints to go to 311, therefore no accountability because there's no public tracking. Asking for an independent monitor, city council oversight, as well as a repair certificate program and follow-ups for children who test with elevated levels of lead in their blood. So that's just a few of the 9 points. They may be dissolved and gone the way of the dodo, but some of those points may still have some relevance. I'm looking at you, council members. Right now, what sort of sway do you have? We heard that NYCHA answers to the feds.
Well, I was at the court hearing, the Southern District, in front of Judge Pauly, I think was last week, and you know, everyone had an opportunity to testify, and our public advocate Tish James testified to very similar points, making some really critical recommendations, and I think that with a federal monitor, with the need for a new management structure, that can be built into what comes out of the federal monitor and and what they implement into NYCHA. And so it's the way forward. Yeah. And a lot of the recommendations we've heard over and over again is just really about implementing them and forcing the administration to make it happen, but that's through the federal government.
So it seems like a three-headed monster of a problem when you have the city pointing the fingers at the state, who points the fingers at the feds, who are ignoring everybody, and it still takes 5 years to install a boiler.
Look, we need funding at every level. There's no question about it. But ultimately, the mayor appoints the chairperson. The mayor appoints the general manager. The mayor appoints the board. The mayor is responsible for the day-to-day management and operation of the housing authority. And we're the wealthiest city in the world. We have an $89 billion budget. We can afford to invest in NYCHA's capital infrastructure. We have the resources. What we're lacking is political leadership and political will.
So if we don't have the political will, there are some people in this room who are very passionate, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. How can we help you to make sure that that political will is manifest in a way that the mayor or any other person who would dare to run this city knows that this population is watching?
You have to hold the mayor accountable. You have to demand that the mayor invest as many resources in NYCHA as he's put into the for-profit private affordable housing plan. Right.
Come on.
Yes. Hello?
Well, to close Rikers Island.
You're here.
Okay.
And we're cutting the population in half, but.
My name is Carlton Burrows. I don't live in NYCHA, but listening to the city council person say that the chair for NYCHA doesn't want to meet with you all, that sort of shook me because they have a responsibility to the public. So what I wanted to remind all of us of is that true sovereignty lies with us. Mm-hmm. They work for us. Mm-hmm. So what is it that we could do to make sure that that chairperson meets with the city council to hear what you all have to say with regards to fixing this issue with NYCHA? But I also want to remind all of us that this is a perfect picture as to who our mayor campaign is funded by, who some of our city council people, who their campaigns are funded by. The private developer has more power, but we have more power than them if we were to work together. Just like we all showed up here tonight, we all need to show up in droves at City Hall to ensure that that chairperson for NYCHA, because this is not something that just happened yesterday. This is years and years So all of you that have lived in NYCHA for all of these years and didn't come to the meetings that this young lady spoke of, it is time for you all to get active and start coming to these meetings, and there needs to be action right now, because this gentleman commented about the buildings being in condition to where they can be condemned and torn down. That could happen at any time. You should be more concerned about holding these people accountable and coming and doing the plan that this man spoke of, the capital improvement plan, a real plan that you can see that addresses these issues in your building so that you can save the building so that you can continue to live in the building. Remember, true sovereignty lies with all of us. We are the ones that they work for. We can make them do what needs to be done if we stick together. I'm going to give you the example this young lady gave. She said she had meetings. She only saw 2 and 3 people. That does not work. What works?
They mostly don't even have a place for us to meet in public house.
Well, I got to say,
we
can't hear you. I got to say about this. I'm a board president. When we can't meet in the community room, we meet in the hallway. When we can't meet in the hallway, we meet in the breezeway. When we can't meet in the breezeway, we meet on the sidewalk. Nobody should rob you of your power. Nobody. And that's what's going on. Someone mentioned divide and conquer. That's a trick that's been used since slavery.
It's back.
It's never left. It's never left. Sometimes we're our own worst enemy. Someone mentioned earlier about jealousy. That's one of the biggest things that keep us from coming together. We have to put all of those things aside. We have to begin to love each other enough to say, if you need a stick of butter, I'm not going to talk about you tomorrow. And that's what's going on. That's why people don't come to meetings. That's why people don't associate with each other. The community has failed itself. We have to come together. We have to love each other. Like somebody said, we don't have to agree. We don't have to like each other. But at least we can agree to disagree, because we're not always going to see eye to eye. But a situation that is this grave and this serious, it should compel you to get up every day to want to do something about it. Because the other lady, she's angry. That kind of anger is not going to get us anywhere, because you lose sight of the real picture when you're angry like that. What we have to do is we have to recognize our sovereignty, our power, and use it. That's all I got to say, bro.
So just to let you know, just a little point, we are coming up on our last 15 minutes. And we're going to do the best we can to get as many voices forward. I'm looking at you. I'm walking over here.
I just want to say one quick thing. Lisa Kenna mentioned the fact that everyone rallied together and walked around 250 Broadway, and then what came out of that was the previous chair, the former chair, resigning. Everyone has to make people feel uncomfortable. Because if we continue to make people uncomfortable and feel uncomfortable and know that we're not going away, then you'll see they actually start to do something. And one last thing I wanted to mention, one last thing, just in case it doesn't come out, there's an opportunity when we talk about development and they talk about privatization and different development companies coming in. When you look at the HUD regulations, it speaks directly to resident management. And so I think while we're organizing and pulling everyone together, we need to really start working around ways to bring residents together to start forming some of these management companies to really be a part of development and we talked about Section 3, but that's another big piece of it.
And that's underneath 964 regulations. Every resident should learn that. That's the Bible. Yes, that's what they say. That's the Bible.
So when can we get together and read the regs then?
I got it in my pocketbook downstairs. I ain't leave home without it.
Hello, my name is Lenone Faison. I live at 82 St. Edward Street, apartment 1D, dangerous dump. I have tried with management. I've been fighting this fight since 2007, and I still cannot find safe havens for my children. My stove is off. My windows are always open. I've tried. I went to court where they discredited me because they had a lawyer and I am representing myself. My evidence is refused. I look. I'm trying to find out why. Is it my color? Is it because I have my sons? The little boy, his name is Anthony Hackett. That's mine. I'm fighting every day to keep us alive. I called ACS to tell them I cannot keep my children safe. Someone called ACS because I would not allow them to let me live in deplorable conditions. Y'all exposed them to let dust and continue to disrespect me and violate me. I'm not gonna let you just keep on walking all over us. I look at you too. I'm telling you, you're snakes. You all need to be fired. Y'all need to be fired. I'm sorry, but you need to be fired. You're not helping me. I have this black man named Mr. Wayne in my thing. He knows about this gas leak. I called for a flood at 3111. I'm the 311 queen. I called 311. They won't let me go past NYCHA. I put in all the agencies complaining about this apartment. Now you want to move me to an apartment, a place where it's drug infested. And guess what? My apartment is still 1D. Am I still going to have the same problems? Mind you, my floor vibrates and it sounds like a horn. I'm not on a cruise. I'm on a Titanic. I'm sinking. I don't know what to tell you here. I'm really ready to have a nervous breakdown. I cannot sleep in my apartment. Y'all have deterred me. I am weak. Asking y'all, why? What did I do? What did I do? Holocaust I'm living in.
Come on.
I don't know what to tell you. You're making me weak because you won't help me. And I allow y'all to come in my apartment. To enjoy my apartment, I have no enjoyment. If I ain't mopping up the floor, I'm cleaning up your mess.
Come on. So,
Warrant of habitability is not afforded to me.
no one in this city should ever have to make the choice of being without a home or being in a home.
I want to go to live in the street, but I can't because I have children and ATS will take them.
No one should be forced to live without a home or a home that is making them sick. Where do we make the rubber meet the road in a situation like this? We can have all the town halls that we want, but this woman is going home tonight.
They have
We feel you.
perjured
We feel
themselves
you.
in court, and I tried to show the judge to where I had to dismiss the case because you know what? She did like this. HPD court order. They don't want to come. They don't want to come, but you're supposed to come. It's a court order. On this day that they were supposed to come, my toilet was in my tub. My sink was in my hallway, and the bathroom door was in my kitchen, and my stove was off. You know what they paid attention? They paid attention to my 70-inch TV. It's not access. It's to look around my damn apartment to see what I have. I placed everything on my lease to let you know I'm going to have an air conditioner. I'm going to have a washing machine because I have an asthmatic.
Hold on.
Y'all covered it up.
I got you. We feel you right now, and I want to get an answer for you. Everyone
They
can
can't
see
answer
you.
me.
But listen.
Because guess what?
But wait,
they
we all see you
continue
right here and
to
how raw this
discriminate
is.
against us.
I feel you. And we are in our last 10 minutes.
They sitting up there to find out what I got to say.
Yeah.
Because I speak the truth. Truth will set me free, but I'm ready to be free.
So come on.
This is a holocaust when it comes to me. I'm tired. I'm tired. I cannot sleep in this apartment. I'm afraid. I am afraid. I am afraid. I don't know what to tell you. I'm afraid.
Excuse me, can I just say something?
Can we just hold her up for 1 second? Can we just hold her up for 1 minute?
I couldn't come. The apartment made me sick.
got you.
I asked him for the minutes.
Yeah.
The man wouldn't send them to me.
But listen, we're a community here. This is the point of the town hall. This woman, and we got her. Yeah.
Every resident leader in this place is
in
going
my
to stand
community.
up. I am going to stand up.
So, right now, listen, we're on TV, but this is not about a TV show.
No, it's not.
This is real life right here. The lights are gonna go off, we're gonna go home, and this is the situation that this woman is referring to every day. So listen, when these cameras are off, what's the action? Where do we go? Where are we meeting? What is a tenant association leader leading us to do about these real world problems? What is a city council ready to do? How do we write this story that centers this voice and doesn't start in a place of NYCHA from a deficit? How can we use the brilliance that I referred to earlier to move this situation into a positive?
Four words. Vote as a block. If NYCHA residents, there are 400,000 people who live in New York City housing, correct? So if you have an organized effort to vote with one voice, you will have a voice that people will actually listen to. Well, if you don't do that, and I don't know what the number of enrolled voters are, but is everybody enrolled to vote here?
So,
are all your neighbors enrolled to vote?
Right. Come together right now. So, enrolling to vote, a 400,000 person voting block sounds very impressive. But from the outset, we made it known that NYCHA is not a monolith. We're not all of the same mind on everything. Is it going to take those 400,000 plus residents of NYCHA to become single issue voters, regardless of what your politics may be? If your home comes first, is that really a viable answer?
Of course. What's more important than your home? Yeah, probably. I would say, yeah. I mean, if the political leadership of the city has no regard for your basic living conditions, or refusing to provide you with heat and hot water, or protect you from lead poisoning, or lying to you repeatedly, of course you should hold them accountable. And if I have a constituent who's living in disrepair, I have an obligation to make sure they get their repairs. Of course I do. You should hold us accountable.
To that end, the Brooklyn Voters Alliance is right outside. They're tabling. They have registration materials. They even have some that you can take with you. I'm walking to you because you have a question. We're closing in on our last 7 minutes.
Well, I'm from White Grove Gardens, and we're starting a resident council with White Grove Gardens, also Gowanus and Warren Street houses. So that's what we have to do as tenants. We have to come together as one because we don't have money. So we have to stand up in numbers. So what we're doing in our development right now, we're getting ready to start a resident council. So if any of y'all want to help us out in starting a resident council, I can leave you with my number, or y'all could just come up to me and I could give you all the information.
Done. That's an easy one. Thank you.
Okay. My question's kind of short. You're talking about people in developmental housing, but I'm from a co-op, and we're going through just as much hell, if not more. And what's making it bad is the fact that the landlord, I should say the building management, can play the game of, well, you're the shareholder.
Gotcha.
And you're the person involved in fixing the pipes and the mold in your Frigidaire and no heat and hot water. That's your problem. But if you don't pay us, we're going to try to put you out. And so the deal is we're drinking contaminated water, our residents are dying, and I'm still told that I still got to pay them, and I stopped because they're nothing more than crooks. And 141 Livingston is nothing but a cesspool. And it should be changed, and those judges need to be getting out of there because we're sick and tired of putting people on the street. We don't have no more shelters for homeless people. We can't even afford to live in a decent place, and everything's a co-op, and gentrification is the worst curse word ever. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you. There was a young man who I was speaking to right before we went to that last video. Make your way down here.
I want to talk about something about for our children, the safety. My mom, I don't live in a NYCHA housing, but around my neighborhood, there is a lot of NYCHA houses. My school is right next to a NYCHA house. And I know a lot of people, and lots of my friends live in those houses. My mom, before I was born, used to live in one on Sutter. And I heard all these stories about what happened, how bad, and how it was dangerous. The living conditions were bad. And just 2 Fridays ago, I heard about this kid that got shot playing basketball around one of these neighborhoods. And I feel like now I can go outside to have fun with my friends because now I have to ensure that I'm safe, that I know I'm at, and I feel like how can I ensure that children are protected in those type of areas?
So we are actually in our last 3 minutes. Does anyone want to address this young man before we get out of here for the evening?
Well, I'm asking.
I'll definitely say that it's my responsibility as the elected official to make sure that you feel safe in your community. And all of the resources, all of the money, looking at the city budget, close to $89 billion budget in the city of New York. And what does it all mean? How does it have a direct impact on what we've talked about for this past hour and a half? Beginning with a child talking about he wants to protect his community and ending with a child asking a question about safety. And so I think that the system has failed. I think New York City has failed the residents. New York City has failed the residents of NYCHA. New York City has failed the children. And it's up to the new generation of elected officials that are coming in to fight for everything that we need and deserve. And all I can say is that I'm committed to this, and this is making sure that we all work together.
So we thank you for your commitment. This is going to end our broadcast. I invite all of you to stay with me and continue this dialogue. It was really our intention to center the voices of this community and create a living archive. You've helped us do that, and you've also shown us the work that is to be done. I thank you for coming here and sharing your voices and sharing your truth and being as raw with us as you've been and as passionate as you were. So we're going to walk out of this room a little different than when we came in, and people can't say they don't know. So thank you for being heard, and thank you for coming here tonight. We appreciate it. Good night.
Even though we don't know if I want to answer his question.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
People marched and demonstrated, and apartheid ended. And democracy and freedom were born.
South African anti-apartheid leader Archbishop Desmond Tutu has died at the age of 90. Today, we'll hear the Nobel Peace Prize winner in his own words on fighting apartheid to opposing the U.S. invasion of Iraq.
We said then, and we keep saying so, not just that it was illegal, it was immoral.
We'll re-air 2 Democracy Now! Interviews with Archbishop Tutu and hear 2 speeches, one at the massive anti-war rally in New York in 2003 and another outside the UN Climate Summit in Copenhagen in 2009.
And for those who think that the rich are going to escape, we either swim or sink together. We have one world.
Today, Archbishop Desmond Tutu, in his own words, on war, apartheid, Palestine, Guantanamo, climate change, and more. All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Coronavirus cases are skyrocketing in the United States and in many parts of the world, with the fast-spreading Omicron variant combining with lax public health measures and holiday gatherings to drive daily infections to pandemic-level highs. Here in the U.S., more than 200,000 people are testing positive for coronavirus each day, nearly reaching last winter's peak, with the U.S. on pace to surpass 1 million daily infections in January. U.S. airlines canceled thousands of flights over the Christmas holiday, citing increasing rates of illness among flight crews. Meanwhile, many school districts and colleges have announced a return to online classes. Public health officials warn of a surge in pediatric COVID-19 cases, with northeastern hospitals seeing a 4-fold increase in the number of children hospitalized in the past 2 weeks. In China, some 13 million residents of the city of Xi'an have been ordered to remain at home after officials reported more than 200 coronavirus infections, the most China has reported since March 2020. The strict lockdown comes just weeks before Beijing is set to host the Winter Olympics. At the Vatican, Pope Francis used his Christmas address to advocate for universal health care and access to vaccines.
Dio con noi. Grant health to the infirm and inspire all men and women of goodwill to seek the best ways possible to overcome the current health crisis and its effects. Open hearts to ensure that necessary medical care, and vaccines in particular, are provided to those people who need them most.
Archbishop Desmond Tutu, the South African anti-apartheid icon who championed human rights struggles around the globe, died on Sunday at the age of 90. In 1984, Desmond Tutu won the Nobel Peace Prize for his work fighting to end white minority rule in South Africa. That same year, he traveled to Washington, D.C., where he denounced the Reagan administration's support of the apartheid government. After the fall of apartheid and the election of Nelson Mandela as South Africa's first black president, Archbishop Tutu chaired the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, where he pushed for restorative justice. Tutu was a prominent opponent of the U.S.-led invasion of Iraq in 2003. He condemned the Israeli occupation of Palestine and spoke out against torture and the death penalty. After headlines, we'll hear Desmond Tutu in his own words on war, apartheid, Palestine, Guantanamo, climate change, and more. Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett said Sunday he plans to double the number of Israeli settlers living in the occupied Golan Heights. Bennett announced the move after the Biden administration signaled it would not challenge Donald Trump's recognition of the Golan Heights as sovereign Israeli territory. Israel captured the Golan Heights from Syria during the '67 war and annexed the territory in 1981 in defiance of international law. In Burma, human rights groups say at least 35 civilians were massacred by government forces Friday as they fled fighting in a village in eastern Kaya State. Among the dead were women, children, and 2 staffers with the international aid group Save the Children. Photos from the site showed charred bodies and 3 burned-out vehicles. The UN's top humanitarian official, Martin Griffiths, condemned the attack and called on Burma's military rulers to protect civilians. Aid groups say a crackdown by government forces has left more than 1,300 people dead since Burma's military overthrew the democratically elected government of Aung San Suu Kyi in February. The bodies of at least 27 refugees, including a baby, were discovered after they washed ashore on the western coast of Libya Saturday. The refugees likely drowned in recent shipwrecks as Libya has become a key departure point for those trying to reach safety in Europe. Meanwhile, the bodies of 16 people who were among another group of 27 refugees who died last month trying to cross the English Channel were returned to their hometown in Iraqi Kurdistan Sunday. This is one of their family members.
In Kurdistan, for more than 7 or 8 years, there has been a lack of work, and young people have no work in the government sector or the private sector. All these young people traveled to achieve their dreams and goals, and to reach a country that provides a decent life with dignity, because unfortunately, in this country, they do not live with dignity.
In northeastern Brazil, authorities issued flash flood warnings after a pair of dams collapsed Saturday night amid heavy rainfall. Officials say the floods have driven over 35,000 people from their homes. Parts of Bahia State have received rainfall that's 6 times greater than the December average. Here in the United States, hundreds of temperature records fell over the Christmas holiday weekend as Texas and southeastern states experienced spring-like conditions. Dallas-Fort Worth Airport hit 82 degrees Fahrenheit on Saturday, a Christmas record for North Texas and just 7 degrees cooler than the high on the 4th of July. Texas lawyer Sarah Weddington, who successfully argued the landmark abortion rights case Roe v. Wade, died Sunday at the age of 76. Weddington was just 26 years old when she brought a class-action lawsuit challenging Texas's ban on abortions all the way to the Supreme Court. The court's 1973 ruling set a precedent legalizing abortion nationwide that stands to this day. In 2012, Sarah Weddington spoke with KPBS Public Television about her long legal career.
You look back as I was growing up, and there were so many limits on what women could do. Women couldn't even run full court in basketball. We got half court and 2 dribbles. We didn't get credit unless our fathers or our husbands signed for us. Now most people get a credit card offer every week. We didn't get to make decisions about our own reproductive. We didn't get to go to law school. I was in the first group of women who went to law school. We didn't get equal pay. And so what we've been doing all these years is trying to push back barriers so that women could make more decisions.
Earlier this month, the Supreme Court's conservative justices appeared ready to dramatically roll back Roe v. Wade as they heard oral arguments on a challenge to Mississippi's 15-week abortion ban. In El Salvador, 3 women serving 30 years in prison under the country's strict anti-abortion laws have been released. The 3 women have been convicted and sentenced to decades behind bars for having obstetric emergencies. El Salvador has had a total ban on abortion since 1998. Dozens have been arrested and imprisoned, accused of inducing abortions after having stillbirths, miscarriages, and other obstetric emergencies. The 3 women's release comes after a November ruling from the Inter-American Court of Human Rights saying El Salvador's government had violated the rights of a woman identified as Manuela, who was arrested in 2008 on charges of provoking an abortion. She died in prison 2 years later. Literary icon Joan Didion has died after a battle with Parkinson's disease. She was 87 years old. The best-selling novelist, journalist, and essayist came to prominence with a collection of articles about culture and life in 1960s California. Many of Didion's works have received several honors, are considered to be modern classics. Didion is best known for books including Salvador, Play It As It Lays, The White Album, The Year of Magical Thinking, for which she won the Pulitzer Prize. In Georgia, 2 former election workers have filed a defamation lawsuit against Rudy Giuliani and the far-right One America News Network after they were falsely accused of manipulating votes in the 2020 election. The lawsuit states Fulton County poll workers Ruby Freeman and her daughter, who are both African-American, received death threats after a, quote, campaign of malicious lies designed to accuse them of interfering with a fair and impartial election, which is precisely what each of them swore an oath to protect. In Minnesota, a jury has found former Brooklyn Center police officer Kimberly Potter guilty of first- and second-degree manslaughter in the fatal shooting of Daunte Wright during a minor traffic stop in April. Video from the killing showed Potter, who is white, pointing her 9mm pistol at Wright, who is black, repeatedly shouting, "Taser," before firing a single bullet into Wright's chest. Potter claims she drew the pistol by mistake. Kimberly Potter will be sentenced in February. She faces up to 15 years in prison, although under Minnesota sentencing guidelines, she could receive as little as 6 years in prison. In California, Los Angeles community advocates are condemning the police killing of Valentina Oriana Peralta, a 14-year-old girl who was fatally shot by LAPD Thursday while she was inside a Burlington clothing store's changing room trying on dresses for a quinceañera. Police arrived at the store after receiving reports of an alleged assault. Officers then opened fire on an unarmed man who was also killed. Preliminary information on the shooting indicated police bullets penetrated a wall, killing the 14-year-old girl. And in Mexico, the parents of the 43 Ayotzinapa students who were disappeared in 2014 led a peaceful protest Sunday in Mexico City as they continue to demand justice for their children. The parents are urging the government of Andrés Manuel López Obrador to tell them the whereabouts of the students. This is one of the fathers.
To us, they are still alive. We cannot say they are dead until we see proof. We believe they might still be alive somewhere. That is why we are here with our hope and our faith in the Virgin of Guadalupe, who is the mother of all Mexicans.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Today, we spend the hour remembering Archbishop Desmond Tutu. The South African anti-apartheid icon died Sunday at the age of 90. In 1984, Desmond Tutu won the Nobel Peace Prize for his work fighting to end white minority rule in South Africa. That same year, 1984, he traveled to Washington, where he denounced the Reagan administration's support for South Africa's apartheid government.
Apartheid is as evil, as immoral, as unchristian in my view as Nazism. And in my view, the Reagan administration's support and collaboration with it is equally immoral, evil, and totally unchristian without remainder.
In 1988, Archbishop Tutu risked jail by organizing a boycott of regional elections in South Africa.
I urge black people in this diocese not to vote in the October elections. And I hope that white Anglicans will join their black fellow Anglicans in that action. I am aware of the penalties attaching to this call. I am not defying the government. I am obeying God.
After the fall of apartheid and the election of Nelson Mandela as South Africa's first black president, Archbishop Tutu chaired the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, where he pushed for restorative justice. He would later become a vocal critic of the ANC, the African National Congress, under the leadership of Presidents Thabo Mbeki and Jacob Zuma. This is Bishop Tutu speaking in 2011.
Hey, Mr. Zuma, you and your government don't represent me. You represent your own interests. And I'm warning you, I really am warning you, out of love. I am warning you like I warned the nationalists. I am warning you. One day, we will start praying for the defeat of the ANC government.
Archbishop Desmond Tutu also slammed the ANC in 2011 for not granting a visa to the Dalai Lama, who was invited to attend his 80th birthday. Archbishop Tutu was a leading voice for human rights and peace around the world. He opposed the Iraq War. He condemned the Israeli occupation of Palestine, comparing it to apartheid South Africa. In 2014, he backed the Palestinian-led BDS, or Boycott, Sanctions and Divestment movement. He also spoke against torture and the death penalty. In 2011, he recorded a video calling for the release of imprisoned African-American journalist and activist Mumia Abu-Jamal.
Mumia's guilty verdict must be considered more than flawed. It is unacceptable. He has been denied the right to a new trial based on racial bias in jury selection, has faced years of prosecutorial and police misconduct and judicial bias.
Well, today we spend the rest of the hour hearing Archbishop Desmond Tutu in his own words. We begin by going back to February 15, 2003, when Tutu spoke before a massive rally in New York to oppose the imminent U.S. invasion of Iraq.
People marched and demonstrated, and the Berlin Wall fell, and communism was ended. People marched and demonstrated, and apartheid ended. And democracy and freedom were born. And now people are marching, and people are demonstrating, because people are saying no to war. We say no to war. The just war theory says you need a legitimate authority to declare and to wage war. Only the United Nations is that legitimate authority. Any other war is immoral. The just war says, have you exhausted all possible peaceful means? And the world says, no, we haven't yet. And any war before you have exhausted all possible peaceful means is immoral. And those who want to wage war against Iraq must know it would be an immoral war. You know, those who are going to be killed in Iraq are not collateral damage. They are human beings of flesh and blood. They are children. They are mothers. They are brothers. They are grandfathers. You know what? They are our sisters and brothers, for we belong in one family. We are members of one family, God's family, the human family. And how
How can we say we want to drop bombs on our sisters and brothers, on our children? We said no to communism. We said no to apartheid. We said no to injustice. We said no to oppression. And we said yes to freedom. Yes to democracy. Now, I ask you, what do we say to war? I can't hear you. What do you say to war? What do you say to death and destruction? What do you say to peace? I can't hear you. What do you say to peace? What do you say to life? What do you say to freedom? What do you say to compassion? Well, we want to say, President Bush, listen to the voice of the people. For many times, the voice of the people is the voice of God. Vox populi, vox Dei. Listen to the voice of the people saying, give peace a chance. Give peace a chance. And let's say once more so that they can hear in the Pentagon, they can hear in the White House, what do we say to war? What do we say to peace?
The late Archbishop Desmond Tutu addressing the massive anti-war rally in New York on February 15, 2003, the day millions rocked the globe for peace. When we come back, we'll hear the Nobel Peace Prize laureate talk about Guantanamo, torture, and more. Stay with us. A song for Bra Des Tutu by Winston Mankunku Ngozi. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We're continuing to remember the life and legacy of former South African Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who died Sunday at the age of 90. I interviewed him over the years. In 2004, I spoke to him at the Culture Project after a play about Guantanamo. I began by asking Archbishop Desmond Tutu what his response was to what was happening at Guantanamo.
I thought I knew what was taking place there, and I was quite shocked when I sat through the play yesterday, just how devastated I was. I was particularly so because I had such an awful sense of déjà vu.
for someone coming from South Africa, you said, but I mean, that's exactly what they were doing for exactly the same reasons that they gave. I mean, you said, why do you detain people without trial? Why do you ban people as you're doing? And the response from the South African government was security of the state. And anyone who questioned it would then be regarded, especially if you were white, as being unpatriotic. And I just want to say to you, is this something that you want done in your name? Isn't it time there was the same sense of outrage that people had about apartheid, which people should have had about the Holocaust? And what would happen if it was Americans held by some other country under these conditions? The point is, God has actually got no one. The God we worship is strange. They say this God is omnipotent, but God is also very weak. There's not a great deal that God seems to be able to do without you.
During your years in South Africa, before the end of apartheid, you were a deep advocate of nonviolence, yet you saw so many detained, so many killed. What do you feel, and what did you feel then? How did you make it through those days? What did you advocate? How did you stick to your principles of nonviolence?
One of the wonderful things, actually, is, when I've got to speak as a Christian, is belonging to the church and knowing that you belong to this extraordinary body. When things were really rough, it's wonderful to recall for me now, but I sometimes got, when the South African government had taken away my passport, I got passports of love from Sunday school kids here in New York, and I plastered them on the walls of my office, that although I couldn't travel, hey, here were all of these wonderful people all over the world. And I had I met a nun in New York at that particular time, and I asked her, can you just tell me a little bit about your life? How do you... And she said, well, I am a solitary. I live in the woods in California. I pray for you. My day starts at 2 in the morning. And I said, hey, man, I'm being prayed for at 2 in the morning in the woods in California. What chance does the apartheid government stand? So one was being upheld. And you know, when frequently you say to people, the victory that we won against apartheid, a spectacular victory, that would not have happened without the support of the international community, without the support of people like yourselves, without the support of those who were students at the time, who might have been crazies, but they were fantastic in their commitment. And in this country, actually, they showed that you could in fact change the moral climate. Because at the time, the Reagan administration was totally opposed to sanctions. And students, but not just students, the many, many people who were prepared to be arrested on our behalf, who demonstrated on our behalf, who boycotted on our behalf, well, they changed the moral climate to such an extent that Congress passed the anti-apartheid legislation, and they even managed a veto override, which was fantastic. And so I just happened. I always say I was a leader by default because our real leaders were either in jail or in exile. And sometimes when people say, and he got the Nobel Peace Prize, I say, well, actually, you know, it was that they thought maybe it was time it was given to a black. And, he has an easy surname. Tutu. Imagine if I'd had a surname like Bukakauli, you know.
Archbishop Tutu, how do you feel? How do you feel about...
You can pronounce that.
How do you feel about the invasion and occupation of Iraq?
It was fantastic seeing the many, many people who came out in opposition. It was fantastic. You know, sometimes when you say, Americans, or, people nowadays don't care. It's not true. Millions turned out. Millions said, no, give peace a chance. And I said, as so many others, I wasn't the only one. The Pope said so too. The Archbishop of Canterbury said so. The Dalai Lama said so. That this war, if it was to be a justifiable war in terms of the just war theory, would have to be one that was declared by a legitimate authority. And the administration here was aware of that. That's why they went to the UN. There's no point in going to the UN if you had already decided. They probably, of course, had decided. But I mean, there was no point unless they believed or they realized, I mean, that in order for it to be legitimate and therefore justifiable, the only authority would have to be the UN. And when they didn't get what they wanted from the UN, they did what they did. We said then, and we keep saying so, not just that it was illegal, it was immoral. And the consequences of it just now, I mean, you've really got to be blind to say, well, yeah, it's okay, we removed Saddam Hussein. Why didn't you say that was the reason for going? Because the world would have said, no. that isn't a reason that will be allowable for you to declare the war. And I'm sad. I'm sad that we seem so inured now. They tell you 100 people have been killed. And the United States and its allies are doing that. And they say, no, we targeted that house because our intelligence said so. Intelligence. The same intelligence that said there were weapons of mass destruction. Please. That's been done in your name. That mothers and children have been killed. And when you say, what about the civilian casualties? Say, sorry. Our intention was to target insurgents. And most of us, I think, just shrug our shoulders. But you see, you experienced a little bit on September the 11th, the kind of thing that is meted out on a regular basis. And they're not casualties. Collateral damage. Collateral damage, I tell you. How do you feel if somebody says the people who died in the World Trade Center and in Washington, D.C., collateral damage? Say that to someone who lost a wife. Say it to someone who lost a child, someone who lost a friend. Collateral damage. It's an obscenity. It's an obscenity.
The South African Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who died Sunday at the age of 90. I interviewed him at the Culture Project after a play about Guantanamo in 2004. 17 years later, Guantanamo remains open, and U.S. troops remain in Iraq. When we come back, we'll hear Archbishop Desmond Tutu on Palestine, war, the climate crisis, and more. Stay with us. Woza Moya by South African jazz musician Herbie Twele. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman as we continue to remember the life and legacy of South African Archbishop Desmond Tutu. He died Sunday. His funeral will be held on New Year's Day. We turn now to an interview I did with him in November 2008. We spoke at the South African Vice Consul's apartment in New York. Archbishop Desmond Tutu, it's a pleasure to have you on Democracy Now!
Thank you very much.
Your response to the election of the first African-American president, son of an African man from Kenya.
Yippee! No, yippee is actually, it captures something that is almost ineffable. It's very close to the kind of feelings we had on April the 27th, 1994. And some, maybe a few people in this country have said it was, as it were, the Mandela moment. It's a moment when especially people of color have a new spring in their step. They can walk a great deal taller than they used to, and that even though this country, the United States, experiences very considerable racism, I mean, people being dragged to their deaths behind trucks, yet it's a country that in fact has had this extraordinary experience, and it's something that has filled people with hope that the world can be a better place.
How did it feel for you? There were so many millions of people who voted for the first time in this election for Barack Obama. How did it feel for you? How old were you when you first voted in South Africa?
63.
63 years old?
Yes, yes.
When was it? What year?
1994. For the 1994. Election. That was the first time. And the first time for Nelson Mandela. And he too, this extraordinary human being, and the many others. Actually, in a way, you could say white people who had always voted in racially discriminated election were voting for the first time. Voting for the first time in a democratic, truly democratic election. So we were all, as it were, on the same page. But it was, I said then, when I was asked, what is your, how do you describe how you feel? I said, well, how do you describe falling in love? How do you describe red to someone who is totally blind? How do you speak about the glories of a Beethoven symphony to somebody who is deaf? Well, it's like that. I mean, I'm over the moon. I'm on cloud 9, as were most of my, if not all of my compatriots on that day.
What do you think is Barack Obama's greatest challenge as president of the most powerful country on earth following 8 years of George W. Bush?
Yes. Very clearly, it has been the fact that for those 8 years, you've had an America that followed a unilateralist line, an America that would not ratify the Kyoto Protocol on climate change. Most of the world had, and America just said, go jump in the lake. Most of the world had ratified the Rome Statute that set up the International Criminal Court, which is where the people who were responsible for September the 11th should have been appearing. That you were going to have, most people believe that he is going to be welcomed as the leader of the free world, who will be more collaborative, who will be more consultative, who will not seem to want to throw the considerable weight of America around and seem to want to be the bully boy. I've said, I did a piece for the Washington Post, and I said one of the things that would demonstrate a clean break from the previous administration would be closing the abomination Guantanamo Bay. And one would then hope that there would be a much more conciliatory approach to Iran, not to say the belligerence that has largely characterized the Bush administration. And I would hope to, and that's a major challenge, that there would be something to be done to bring a viable peace proposal for the Middle East, to end what I reckon is an unconscionable suffering of the Palestinian people, which would end the firing of Qassam rockets on Israeli citizens.
You were blocked from going into Gaza in 2006, leading a UN delegation there after the killing of a number of Palestinians. What do you think has to be done now with the Middle East specifically, with Israel and the occupation?
There's been some very interesting moves with the outgoing Prime Minister suggesting that Israel has to consider very seriously the proposal of going back to the boundaries of 1967. That's a very important initiative if that was taken. I think that we would have to move very quickly to lifting the embargo. The suffering is unacceptable. It's totally unacceptable. It doesn't promote the security of Israel or any other part of that very volatile region, and it is quite contrary to the best teachings of the Jewish faith, you know. And I know, I mean, that there are very, very many in Israel who are opposed to what is happening, and I pray fervently that there will be a boldness, you know, in saying we've got to resolve this. Because I think if that, let's not say if, because a lot hinges on what happens in the Middle East. Let's say when that is resolved, we're going to find, I mean, that the tensions between, say, the West and the Muslim world, and a large part of the Muslim world, I believe myself we're going to find that evaporates, and that this is a saw chafing, and it's mucking up too many things, and I pray that this new president will have the capacity to say, we've got to do something here for the sake of our own humanity, you know, for the sake of our children.
Would you compare the occupation of Gaza and the West Bank to apartheid South Africa?
I have to speak about what I know. I mean, most people, a Jew will usually speak about their experiences and maybe compare whatever it is that is happening with what happened in the days of the Holocaust. For me, coming from South Africa and going, and looking at the checkpoints and the arrogance of those young soldiers, probably scared, maybe covering up their apprehension that there's no way in which I couldn't say. Of course, that is the truth. It reminds me of the kind of experiences that we underwent. I was Bishop of Johannesburg, and would be driving from town to Soweto, where we lived, and I would be driving with my wife, and we'd have a roadblock, and the fact of our having to have passes allowing us to move freely in the land of our birth. And now you have that extraordinary structure, that the wall. And I do not myself believe that it has improved security, breaking up families, breaking up, people who used to be able to walk from their homes to a school, children, now have to take a detour that lasts several minutes. It's when you humiliate a people to the extent that they are being, and yes, one remembers the kind of experience we had when we were being humiliated. When you do that, you're not contributing to your own security, and all you are doing is you're saying to those people, in all of their desperation, we're still human, and there are things we will not be able to accept. Just sit down. We have to do something, and so you get the suicide bomber, and one does not condone them, but one understands perfectly how people can be driven into a corner, and out of that desperation. And so you have that cycle, the response of Israel to the suicide bomber, which you know is going to provoke another cycle. And one says, no, that's not how God intended us to live. That it is possible. It's been shown. It happened in South Africa. It is possible for people who have been enemies to begin to think that they can be friends, at least to coexist.
The International Criminal Court, should Barack Obama as president sign on to the ICC? Sign the treaty for the International Criminal Court?
Yes, if you believe in the rule of law, then you're going to say, yes, this is one particularly important instrument, because it is an instrument that is saying we will no longer tolerate impunity. The many who are guilty, as is happening just now in the DRC or in Darfur, that people who are guilty of egregious violations have to be brought to book, and it's got to be done in a way that satisfies those standards that we have. You don't hold people in detention without trial. That's what the world used to say against the South African government. And if it was true that that was wrong, it has to be wrong consistently everywhere.
President-elect Obama supports an end to the war in Iraq, but a surge of soldiers in Afghanistan. What are your words of wisdom to him?
Well, I said that obviously it's to end the war, yeah, to end the occupation, but I've also said it would be wonderful if on behalf of the American people he were to apologize to the Iraqis and to the rest of the world for an invasion that was based on lies.
The late Archbishop Desmond Tutu of South Africa. I interviewed him at the South African Vice Consul's apartment in New York in November 2008, just after the election of Barack Obama. Desmond Tutu died Sunday at the age of 90. We end today's show with the Archbishop speaking to a group of youth climate activists outside the UN Climate Summit in Copenhagen in 2009.
I want to say a big thank you to all of you, especially you beautiful young ones. We oldies have made something of a mess of the world. And we want to say to the leaders who are meeting, look in the eyes of your grandchildren. Climate change is already a serious crisis today. Yes. But we can do something about it. Yes. If we don't, there's no world which we will leave to you. This generation, you won't have a world. You will be drowning, you will be burning in drought, there will be no food, there will be floods. We have only one world. We have only one world. If we mess it up, there's no other world. And for those who think that the rich are going to escape, we either swim or sink together. We have one world, and we want to leave a beautiful world for all of these beautiful, wonderful young generation. We, the oldies, want to leave you a beautiful world. And it is a matter of morality. It is a question of justice.
The late Archbishop Desmond Tutu of South Africa, speaking to youth climate activists outside the UN Climate Summit in Copenhagen in 2009. He died Sunday at the age of 90. His funeral will be held on Sunday, on New Year's Day. So, to see all of our interviews, the speeches of Archbishop Tutu, you can go to democracynow.org. Special thanks to Brendan Allen and Mike Burke. Democracy Now! Is produced with Renee Feltz, Mike Burke, Dina Guzder, Messiah Rhodes, Nermeen Sheikh, Maria Terracena, Tammy Warrenoff, Tarina Nadura, Sam Alkoff, Maria Studio, John Hamilton, Robbie Karen, Honey Massoud, Mary Conlon. Our general manager is Julie Crosby. Special thanks to Becca Staley, Paul Powell, Mike DeFilippo, Miguel Noguera, Hugh Grand, Dennis Moynihan, David Prude, and Dennis McCormick. I'm Amy Goodman. Stay safe. Wear a mask. Hi. Hi, I'm Amy Goodman, host of Democracy Now! Tune in to our independent global news hour, 8 a.m. and 7 p.m. Monday through Friday on MNN1. You'll hear voices and stories you won't get anywhere else. In-depth coverage of the people and movement.
Hey guys, I'm Chef Natasha of Bear Restaurant. Today I'm at Sahadi's, a Middle Eastern store that sells gourmet foods that's been here for over 60 years. Full of amazing stuff you might never have tried before. So the 5 ingredients I want to cook with today are dates, quinoa, olives, local feta, and pumpkin seeds. Let's go shop, guys. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Okay, so I would like some dates here. Thank you. That's beautiful. Let's do this one, yeah. Fried green peas, my favorite. I think we're gonna get some cheese.
I'll choose the other section.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So we're getting some domestic feta. There's Hungarian feta, French feta, Greek feta. They all have a little different level of salinity in them, so which makes them either crumbly or more creamy. So you can. Some of them you can blend into spreads, others you want to crumble on some salads. So we got some really great prepared foods here. If you just want to build a quick little appetizer for your party. Can I get some sardine rolls? Yeah, just 2. And just like a little bit of baby octopus. Beautiful. Thank you. You can come over here and just try all these different things, get a little bit of everything, and it's just fun. I'm at my restaurant Bear in Long Island City. So I picked up my 5 ingredients at Sahadi's. So today I'll be cooking with quinoa, olives, pumpkin seeds, dates, and feta. I also decided to get a couple other things that are just so fun and kind of in the style of how I cook. So I got a little bit of zakouski for you guys. We're gonna also use some baby octopus and some sardine roll-ups. To cook quinoa, you don't really need a whole lot. I have some stock boiling here. You can use chicken. I'm using chicken today. So I got my quinoa here. I went for the red. You just add it right in. And usually the rule is about 1 to 1. So 1 cup of quinoa, 1 cup of water. So while that's working, we're gonna work on our ingredients for what goes into the quinoa. We have 3 different types of dates. So this is the raw, fresh dates. That's what these things are gonna look like eventually once they're cured. So you cut little wedges like this, and then you just kind of pop it right open. All right, so these are dried figs. They have like all the great meat in there. And then the dates, so that's these. You could add it to your savory dishes. Again, this could go really nice into a red wine sauce or a barbecue sauce. So now we're gonna work on a couple of side dishes that I like to call zakouski. And zakouski is a Russian word. It could be meant to bite on or, a little snack or an appetizer. I picked out 2 things. One is a pickled baby octopus. So these are kind of cool. The other thing I have is sardine roll mops, they're called. They could be herring, they could be sardines that you can stuff. For instance, this one is with olives. Then the other one we're gonna do is our pickled baby octopus. Again, this one we're just gonna add a little bit of fresh parsley to it. We're also gonna use some extra virgin sunflower oil. It's a completely different flavor than olive oil, and something that really sets Russian food apart from Middle Eastern and Mediterranean foods. So we have that ready. So I got 3 different types of olives. I have French mix, I have Lebanese oil marinated, and a Greek mix. So all these different olives have a different salinity to them, different texture. So we're just gonna get all the flavors kind of mushed in together there. Basically, I'm making a little tapenade. So the other thing that we picked up at Sahadi's was some really nice local feta. All right, so this one is a little more on the firm side, which is kind of what you want if you're making a tapenade. You don't want it to be too watery. And our quinoa is almost ready here. All right, we're just gonna add in our ingredients. So we have the dates, gonna go right in there, and the figs. Okay, I'm gonna add in just a little bit of, these are pre-cooked brown onions. Caramelizing onions is, you know, it's really a great skill to have. You can add them to anything. So our other ingredient, our last ingredient is pumpkin seeds. So I'm really happy that I saw these pumpkin seeds are actually a very prominent ingredient in Ukrainian and Russian cooking. So that's gonna give our quinoa some cool color, and it's gonna give that unique crunch to the dish. So I just made a meal for you guys using quinoa, a variation of dates, some feta, olives, and pumpkin seeds. And we also have our zakuski appetizer here with the marinated olives and sardines, the tapenade, and pickled baby octopus. All right, let's dig in. Cheers.
Hi, I'm Chef John Keller, AKA Chef John Cooks, and I'm here at the Union Square Market. And what we're gonna do is I'm gonna pick 5 random ingredients out of this bag, and we're gonna go back to Cherry Izakaya in Brooklyn, Williamsburg, and I'm gonna cook a meal. So let's see what is in my fate. Okra, nice. Squash blossoms. Candy cane beets, watercress, and survey says duck. All right, let's go make a great meal and head out to BK. We just got back from the Union Square Market where I had my 5 mystery ingredients. We're at Cherry Izakaya in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, on North 8th between Bedford and Barry. One of my favorite things is exactly what we're doing today. Going to a farmer's market, I have no idea what I'm gonna cook. We come back and we figure it out. So what I have here is a nice mallard duck. Here's a breastbone right here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take my knife and I'm gonna follow right along this breastbone. And you'll almost actually feel the knife against the bone. Then I just keep my knife flat, pressed against the bone, and I'm just gonna shave this down. That's what we're looking for, a nice clean breast. I'm gonna cook these a little bit later. I wanna get our roasted beets in the oven first. We have our beets, olive oil, salt, pepper. We're gonna seal them up in foil, and we're gonna pop them into a 400-degree oven. I'd say about 40 to 45 minutes, depending on how large your beets are, but I'll show you the simple test with a paring knife later on. This other beet here, I'm just gonna cut the end off, and I'm gonna peel them. And what I'm gonna do is, it's real simple. It's just like a quick pickle. And I'm gonna pickle it with, this is called anise hyssop. Cooking is something that's, I've always loved, I guess, even since when I was a kid. I started my career at Nobu back in the late 90s, in like 1998. I had known it from Iron Chef back in the day, you know, the original Iron Chef. There was just something that spoke to me with the food that they were doing. Here we have our candy cane beets, and it's real simple. All I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a little bit of sherry vinegar, a little salt and pepper, a touch of extra virgin olive oil. Now with duck, I kind of like the whole sweet and sour play. So I'm gonna add some organic honey to this. Mix that real good. I'm gonna let this just sit and let the vinegar and everything do its thing. It's just gonna be a really quick marinade to help penetrate the meat a bit. So it's like we're making a pesto as a marinade. I don't want to get it on the skin because the skin will burn. So I figured out my second component of the dish. We're gonna do duck fat and okra. Doesn't that just sound wonderful? I'm gonna throw these into that pan and we're gonna start rendering the fat. The duck fat is gonna add flavor and the fat's gonna get nice and crispy. So it's also gonna add texture. And actually we should check on our beets right now. We should be close. So all I'm gonna do for these beets, look at that, went right in. They're good. We can set these aside and we'll peel those in a moment. Warm beets. You can almost see it, it's starting to get crispy. It's like duck bacon. So this is like, as opposed to oil, it's kind of like water almost. You see how like the texture of the oil has changed? So that's where I'm gonna go in with my duck breast. Because for me, what I'm looking for is basically two textures. I'm looking for the crispy skin, and then I want the meat. I'm just gonna barely flip it over and kiss the other side of the meat. We are just about there on our duck. In fact, we are there. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drain off that fat. I'm gonna put in our okra here. Salt and pepper. Some of our beet greens. This is gonna be a side for our duck. I guess you could say it's like a fricassee of sorts. Yeah, baby. Look at that. This oil's smoking right now. All right, all I'm gonna do, one, I'm gonna tilt it. Done. So all I'm doing is just kissing this side of the breast. That's it. So we got our duck breast. We're about to pull this all together. I love these. They're squash blossoms or zucchini flowers. I do not do much to these. So you know zucchini and squash? This is what grows on top. These are the flowers. Take these right into the middle. Oh yeah. And now we'll complete our dish. So I have these duck breasts that I've been sitting there resting. It's gonna be nice and moist. We got that marinade that's penetrated the meat side. I'm just gonna drizzle these beets with a little olive oil. Just a touch. We put the duck right on top of our beets. Double action, double breasted. And then here comes our watercress. So we have this beautiful watercress. We're gonna take our pickled beets, and this is basically acting as our vinaigrette for our watercress. And here we go. Voila. We have our Maigret duck breast. We have our roasted candy cane beets. We have a salad made of watercress and pickled candy cane beets. And we have our squash blossoms. And of course, we have our coveted duck fat, okra, and beet green fricassee. Summertime from Union Square Market.
What's up, Brooklyn? This is Jerobe White, founder and chef of Eat Rhymes of Life. We're here at Brooklyn Fair for Chef's Roulette. We're gonna see right now the 5 ingredients you chose for me to cook for you today. So let's get shopping. Okay, the 5 ingredients are lamb chops, white asparagus, graffiti eggplant, cipollini onions, and black plums. White asparagus are white because they're grown underground and they don't get any sunlight, which doesn't give them a chance to produce chlorophyll, so they turn white. Just want to make sure they're firm and not a lot of marks and bruises on them when you're picking them out. Graffiti eggplant, beautiful graffiti eggplant. Smaller than the normal variety of eggplant, high sugar content, very sweet and delicious. Cipollini onions. Again, sweet. They're small, just like regular onions, yellow onions, I should say. The shape makes them great for roasting and doing roasts and things like that. Hey, how you doing? How your lamb chops today?
Awesome, it's really good.
Yeah? Let me get 2 of the lamb loin chops right there.
You have a nice day.
Great, thank you. You too, man, thank you. Last but not least, some sweet black plums. We are at Foodworks today, and let's see the ingredients that you chose for me. Lamb chops, white asparagus, graffiti eggplant, cipollini onions, and last but not least, black plums. And for my special dish, this is something I like to make all the time, barbecues and whatnot, grilled fruit salad. The secret to tender lamb, I think, is all in how you cook it, to be honest with you. First, I'm going to season the lamb chops. A little salt, pepper. Both sides. I'm going to clean these cipollini onions because I'm going to saute them for a little while and then stick them in the oven to finish. Growing up, my parents got divorced and it left me with a lot of time in the house by myself. And so out of necessity, I learned how to cook. I wasn't really allowed to watch TV per se, but I was allowed to watch PBS. And on PBS were all the cooking shows. So that's really where I learned to cook. Once I got to culinary school, we started going on tour, and then it always became a 1A, 1B situation. When I wasn't on tour, I was in the kitchen. When I wasn't in the kitchen, I was doing something music related. Just like music, when you're in the kitchen, you're only as good as your last dish. And when you're a musician, you're only as good as your last song. What I'm gonna do with these, I'm gonna take these and put these in the oven, let them cook down. And when we cook down, we're gonna puree them and make a nice little sauce for the bottom of this lamb dish we're gonna make. So now what I'm gonna do is put a little oil in the bottom of this pan. Throw these in here. Little salt. Little garlic. I'm gonna put these in the oven. So I think now we're gonna put these in. We're just gonna give them a little toss once or twice, and we're gonna put these in the oven as well. I'll let them do their thing, so you don't have to think about them. Of the white asparagus, aside from the color, they'll have a much milder flavor than the green asparagus. What I like to do with the white asparagus, I just like to just take some of the end off, just take some of the bottoms off. Since we have our lovely grill there, I'm gonna grill these white asparagus. The contrast with the white and the grill marks will be nice. It'll look nice on the plate. Graffiti eggplant, aside from the size and the color, they are sweeter and have, I think, a little bit less of the eggplant flavor that you are familiar with. Okay, let's take these onions out of the oven right now. Perfect. Set those there. We cook the plums all the way down. For a piece of lamb this size, this thickness, medium rare would be probably 4 minutes on each side. I'm not even going to tell you how to cook it more than medium rare because I want you to cook it medium rare. That's what you want to hear. Can you hear that? Can you hear that? We're going to let those cook about a minute each side before we stick those in the oven and finish. We're going to take our white asparagus, grill these a little bit. Perfect. Perfect, 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 perfect. Now, this oven is up pretty hot. It's a convection oven. This is going to go in the oven for maybe 7 minutes. Let's set these here because we're about to plate. Take a little bit, a little smear, a couple of onions, a couple of asparagus. Beautiful, 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 beautiful eggplant. And the chops that have been cooked to temperature and let them rest for a little. Always let your meat rest. Just want to finish it off with a little green because we love green. So here we have like a confit puree-ish thing that I made with the plums. On the bottom is chipotle the onions, the graffiti eggplant, we got the white asparagus, and all of these flavors are going to tie in well together. And here you have it. So now we're going to start making my grilled fruit salad. We have yellow pepper, orange pepper, peach, white peach, nectarine, red onion, and red plums. This salad works with any kind of stone fruit. I've found this is the best that works with this salad. This grilled fruit salad goes excellent with seafood. Olive oil, some salt and pepper in here. So we're just gonna put these on the grill and let them grill. Not too soft, just to get some grill marks on them. We have this grill here on high. Now I think we should take our fruit off of the grill. I want them to look like they've been touched by fire. See, that's exactly what we want. To finish our fruit salad, place it in the bowl. That looks fantastic. Finish, we have lovely, 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 everybody's favorite goat cheese. Sprinkle that over the top. Pistachios and goat cheese, to me, just go so well together. There we go. Little green onion. Bam. We're done. Sam, how
Hey,
you doing?
Jerobi.
I understand you're tasting the food today.
Yes, I can't wait.
Okay.
Wow, this looks great.
Tell them what you think. Tell them what you think.
All right, we'll see. I'm going to try the lamb first. Oh my God. Wow. The lamb is so juicy and soft. Mixed with the plum, you have that tangy, tarty, but earthy kind of taste with the lamb, which is amazing. Great combination, great balance. Jerobi, you did your thing on this one. I love it. I recommend it to everyone. This is an amazing dish. So now I'm going to try the grilled salad. Wow. The combination of the goat cheese and the nuts is amazing. I think this is one of my favorite salads.
I'm Chef Ricardo from Laka Restaurant. We're here at Green Grape with Chef Woolley. We're gonna cook with 5 surprise ingredients. Let me see what I have to pick. Thyme, mussels, peppers, spinach, and steak. I'm gonna show you guys one of our best Haitian cuisine that you never had. This ingredient is gonna blow your mind. Thank you. Thank you, sir. We are back at Lakai with a 5 ingredient. I'm gonna show you guys one of Haitian best meal that you ever have. We're gonna start first with the appetizer, which is a mussel au sel. It's gonna be garlic, thyme, lemons, peppers. Let's get to it though. We're gonna dice those peppers. When I say mussels au sel, it means it's like salty. It's cooking technique. What I'm doing right now is like home cooking. Something easy you guys, everybody could do. First, I'm gonna heat my pan, drizzle it with olive oil, 2 cloves of garlic, nicely slice it, add your peppers, a little bit of wine, add your already clean from the market mussels, little bit of salt, crushed black pepper, and every chef knows that. Steam it if you don't have a cover. Very simple second. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, that's all we need. Let it steam. It's gonna go with the mussel. And voila. Mind blowing. You guys have no idea. Our second dish is gonna be a steak paysan, which is peppercorn steak. We have a Haitian version of it. You guys gonna be like, wow. First we have a prime cut New York strip that we bought earlier. Oh my God. Did you guys see the marble from that? Let's lubricate our pan. It's gonna be pans here. Lubricate our steak. Salt it, both sides. We're gonna bed it with a bed of spinach. Right now, I'm keeping it warm. Then what I'm gonna do is a peppercorn sauce. I'm gonna deglaze the pan and make sure like all the flavor contrast together. The heavy cream. Haitian way, we make sure we season everything. When you pan sear and deglaze, all the flavor contrasts. That's how you make the sauce. With the 5 ingredients, the mussels and peppers and thyme, I make a mussel goselle. Beautiful. With a steak and spinach, I make a steak paysan. I use the spinach as a bed for it. You guys, oh my God. You have to taste it. Can you?
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
We're going to keep this thing going and give it up for Norvis Jr.
Because there's been so much propaganda and education around creating a certain thought process that we have aligned ourselves with, the only way in which to disseminate them is to create things that disrupt the pattern of the algorithm that informs us to act a certain way. So rather that be just through like raw like artistic creations, or rather it be through like inherent propaganda that educates us through the ridiculousness of the things that we can now exist underneath. I'm not of the belief that like one unified effort is going to get rid of it, because Ninja Rule says if you put all the ninjas in one room, then everybody can kill all the ninjas. Ninjas spread out and do different ninja shit. There's too many ninja tribes. That's the reason why the ninjas are still out here. Like.
I exist and that's a problem. You insist that I don't solve them.
When I make a beat, it's a feeling thing. And I say like I like tap out random shit. Like that's literally just me like feeling how I feel in the environment and using what devices I have to create something that is melodic and has a certain definition in terms of the way like the beat hits. I was like drawing something, I was like, wait, this is literally the same process as some shit I did like an hour and a half ago when I was making that beat. And now it's just throwing a collection of chords or a collection of melodies, and then and bringing in some like emphasis to it with like a beat that's rhythmically inclined. I draw rhythmically. I draw it within like a context of like a beat, so to speak, within like a constant like a constant metronome, more or less. I guess maybe there's like one in my head that I can't turn off. But yes, there's that correlation. I just feel like I'm a musician or a beat maker or a singer or a songwriter who makes visual things. A part of what Shiva does is that like when Shiva like has a level of awareness, it opens up its third eye and destroys in order for new things to be created. It's my form of destruction, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people did that shit, you know, like Gigi Allen was doing that, like TV on the Radio was doing that, Bad Brains was doing that, Dilla was doing that, you know what I'm saying? Like all these people were doing that shit, like making things that destroyed that then became a form. You know what I'm saying? And in a way of both observance to the forms existing, and also in a way, and also in blindness of, like, they didn't see those forms because of, it's like, oh, I'm just doing what the fuck I want to do. And I see that's the same shit I'm doing with my art, you know what I'm saying? I'm aware of the forms, but I'm blind to them when I'm making, so that, in hopes, like, new forms will be made. And I don't care if it's my form or whoever's form, you know what I'm saying? There needs to be more shit.
I exist and that's a problem. You insist that I don't solve them. And I done tried evolving, but every day I'm walking from my past to provoke all this talking. Toss it around and pretend it ain't true, 'cause I don't even think about you. So SWIM stands for, or swimmer's ear. There's like 3 M's in it, and it stands for music, math, and mechanics, like social mechanics, or like, you know, engineering or whatever. That, like, music is like my art, or like medium. It's like, and in music it's like the waves, thinking like a sine wave. I was trying to make it go from being like the swim to just being like a sound wave. That's why I came up with the logo like that.
The first rule of time travel is don't time travel because you fuck shit up. But because we do time travel, once we have an awareness of that, that's like the present state. And that's like, as I am coming into the realization I am a time traveler and whatnot, and how to like deal with that, it's frustrating most days, you know what I'm saying? Like, the last thing I want to do is be like, oh, why am I over here when I can be here and I should be here, but I'm still over here. Place could be in the future, that place could be in the past, you know what I'm saying? But I have access to a more fruitful place that is literally right in front of me, but I am not able to like stop time traveling enough to like be present for my own self, to allow like whatever is in front of me to like flourish. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm so stuck time traveling. I'm either in the future or I'm in the past.
Maybe we ought to think twice.
I've always been interested in jewelry. I wore lots of jewelry throughout like junior high school. My dad actually hated it. I would have like, you know, be 11, 12 years old, rings on every finger. I was always into metal. I didn't really understand it at that point. It wasn't until I got older when it was like, aha, that makes sense. There was like a personal epiphany that happened that I retreated into this darkness, but what I would call it was me retreating into this void. You know, there's a level of darkness that has to happen to me for creation to happen. So in that personal going into and retreating, it also reflected in my creativity, because at that point of darkness, then this creation was happening. I spent a lot of time studying, researching in many different forms, not just like reading, but also experiencing nature and listening to a lot of music that resonates with me. I'm an artist, and my medium and form of expression is textiles, clothing design, and building collections off of a concept. I'm also an alchemist. We're born in Brooklyn, we're first generation. Our parents aren't. So our Brooklyn is seen through a different scope than I think people who go back generations and generations of being in Brooklyn. And it's because the way that our mother moved us around through Brooklyn, growing up in different schools and different districts, it all sprouted from my mother, like, oh, you're not gonna go to your zone school, you're not gonna go to Erasmus. You're gonna go to some school in Midwood. You know what I mean? You're gonna take a test to go into a school. It was just, I don't know, being in Brooklyn, where we were, how we were raised, our parents, and what they thought about our education, it just taught, I don't know, it just took us to another level. I was just reading this quote that Michael Jackson said, to be immortal is something major. He wants to live forever, so he puts a piece of his soul in all of his music and he feels it fully. And that's, I think, where immortality lies, like to have that vibration and generations upon generations. Is not just about being rich and even about being so-called wealthy, but having that piece of your soul, because your soul is immortal. So Michael Jackson, the physical sense is gone, but that immortal soul is always going to be there. So if you put your soul into it and your soul is immortal, then it makes what you've created immortal. I think every day, from like the time that I wake up to the time I'm asleep, I'm either researching or thinking about the next way or phase to transform what I did yesterday into something a little more like has a little more magic in it. These things that you walk outside and it's like a rush of the world happening to you, and that's the same thing I think in the creative process. It's like a rush of ideas that come, but you still have to stay like, okay, I'm gonna breathe in, take this one. Like it's almost a mechanical thing, but it's like automated. Our brand is to plant the idea and bring back artisan, craftsmanship, and also empowerment through our art form. We want to empower people through connection, you know what I mean? And empower people through our work and empower them when they put a piece on, they actually feel like they have a glow, or that they're receiving our energy through our pieces. It's showing that, energy never dies, it's just transferred. We want to kind of bring ourselves to higher levels of understanding, because the world is changing, the world is transforming. We kind of got to get with it or get lost. You know what I mean? Get lost in it all. And I think what we're doing is kind of putting our input into the whole story of the earth, and kind of we just want to help, infinite spiritual helpers and guides and stuff like that, in a nutshell. That's about it. LE, baby. For life.
Are you nervous on stage when you go on stage?
Yeah.
Yeah?
A little bit.
Every time? Well, yeah. I guess
well, before I'm nervous. Like, I'm not nervous to the point where, like, I don't want to do it. It's just, like, a nervous energy that I think when I get on stage, I kind of forget about it and then channel that into what I'm doing. And it's, I don't know. It's like a moment of, like freedom, or a moment of just like energy that you just, that you possess, that you're like possessed for like that fragment of time, Yeah, it's. I mean, wherever I am asked to play, I will do it to my best ability. And it's like, well, obviously, like, when you get on stage, it's like, I don't know, you kind of forget that you're on this, like, crazy stage sometimes, and it just becomes your little playground,
All the things that bothered you so, they made me smile.
I definitely had a hard time with school, and just in general. Like, I got in trouble a lot. I just was really behind on a lot of things in terms of like just academic wise. I mean, when I started getting into music, I like really decided that's what I wanted to do, and it just, you know, I was like 11th grade, I think. And I mean, my mom especially was like really like supportive. And I mean, both of them were really supportive, but she was like really like relieved that I found something to kind of like focus on. Because before that, I didn't really, it was just kind of all over the place, I think. Or I am dyslexic, and I had, you know, I was like put in like special ed for like most of my schooling, which was, you know, it's kind of weird, but, so I don't know, I was always just kind of getting into stupid trouble.
There are people who are invisible and who are made to be invisible, who are forced to be invisible. And I think the greatest form of social justice is to acknowledge them and the power that we have as writers. It doesn't have to be a book as pressing as like, look, there's an issue and we're gonna tackle an issue. Sometimes it's just writing a character that hasn't been written. If I walk into a white establishment, right, the cop in the corner is gonna know his spidey signal is going off for me more than it goes off for anybody, and that's something that we all know. It's always been that way. It's not a new thing. But in the meantime, I think that when it comes to like invisibility, I don't think like here's a prime example. A prime example is Black people are in the news all the time. Black people are in books, never. Or why aren't there any Black people in Harry Potter, right? One of the biggest books in history that shifted the entire literary industry, right? The only reason I have a career as fruitful as I do is because of J.K. Rowling turning it into a bigger thing, right? And there are no characters of color. Like we just don't exist in Hogwarts. There was the one Asian one. There is the Asian girl. Shout out to the Asian girl. But I think about all those things, and even when I'm working, like when I think about what I'm gonna write next, right? I'm always like, yo, where do we not exist? And let me like, all right? I'll make us fly. I mean, I work every day on things, right? I typically do about 6 hours a day of writing. I have multiple projects happening at the same time. So whether it's I'm writing a new novel, I'm editing a novel that's for the publishing company that's due, I'm writing some sort of essay or review or something like that, a blog for somebody.
How good are you at deadlines?
I don't. They never have to even give me deadlines because of this, right? There's a famous quote by W.H. Auden, famous poet, one of the dead white guys, and he said that to discipline your passion is to discipline your time, right? And so his theory was if you do the same things every single day, specifically when it comes to like your art or like doing the creative thing, that the brain will know what to do when that time comes every single day. Between the 80s, 1980 and 1999, besides Walter Dean Myers, for young people, I mean, there's a gap, right? There's like a 20-year gap, right? So if you're a Black kid in this country, especially if you were a poor Black kid in this country, and you were living in a poor Black environment, where the three biggest sort of like movement, so to speak, in your community was, you know, crack cocaine, HIV, and hip hop music, and none of those things exist in literature at all during my entire childhood. None of it exists in any childhood literature that I could ever find. My life wasn't mirrored. Like, to read about Scout, right? To read To Kill a Mockingbird, it's brilliant, right? But Scout wasn't me. Signed some books. So my newest book, which I co-wrote with a buddy of mine, Brendan Kiley, called All American Boys, which is, you know, it's one of these books. It's like it's a dual POV book about police brutality and white privilege, right? Written for teenagers.
How did your collaboration come about?
Brendan and I?
Yeah.
Brendan came to me and said, I want to write a book about police. We had been talking about police brutality a lot over the course of like a year or so, since Trayvon Martin. And I had been really angry. We were at a bar, right after Trayvon Martin, we were at a bar, and I had like lost it. Like, I just like lost my whole shit. And, you know, we talked about it then, and then a couple months later, something else had happened, and we talked about that, and then Michael Brown happened, and that was a thing. And then Brendan's like, hey man, we should write a book about it. And I hadn't thought to write about it at all, because I live in this body, and so I don't intellectualize my life as a black person in America. Mm-hmm. I don't think about it that way because I live in it every day, and this has always been my existence. And so when he came to me with the idea, I was like, oh. And then we had like an honest conversation. I was like, look, dude, I'll do this with you. We can do this thing together, but we've got to do it, and we've got to do it even if they don't publish it.
Yeah, good.
And so we did it under wraps. We wrote the whole book without our agents or editors knowing. No one knew except for his wife. Wow. Yeah. No matter where I am in the country, 9 times out of 10, there are students who are so surprised because they didn't think that any writers could look like them, right? Like, oh, he's got crazy, you know, hair, and he's got tattoos, and he wears sneakers, and he's got on jeans, and they can't understand how it could be possible that a guy that looks like me can do this, right? Can do something other than play basketball or be a musician or a rapper, right? All of those things, which I actually think are awesome, right? That as much as you practice basketball, as much as you practice freestyling, practice like telling yourself your own truth, because sometimes it's that truth that is your golden ticket. Your story in and of itself is worth $1 gazillion. So yeah, it's cool. I've written 11 books, and they're all coming out, and hopefully by the time the 11th one hits, I won't have to write so much. I love writing and I love sort of storytelling, but I want to get to a point where I'm not afraid of the door being closed. There are 2 books on the shelf, 3 books on the shelves, and a book coming out in a couple of weeks. But there are 11 books in the can because of the fear that if I didn't, the dream would be over. And I want to get to a place where I feel secure in my career, where I really feel like, yo, I write a book once every couple of years. I write a really good book, be comfortable and respected by my peers, and that there are a lot of little black and brown kids who become adults and who have had a life with a relationship with literature because of the springboard of Jason Reynolds' novels.
Where are you taking us? Going upstairs to the 4th floor, and we will walk through the. The word curator really means, the Latin root is to care for. It's not just choosing things, but it's also actually being a steward in some ways of the collection. I think that sense still of being kind of just caring for these objects, caring for these ideas, caring for these artists, these people, and the public is really central to it. So I think that gets overlooked a lot, and just especially as the word becomes very popular outside of its kind of original realm. So something that's super, super exciting is actually this work by Elena Tsui that's behind me. In terms of this idea of the human body, when you kind of first look at it, obviously you don't really see a representation of a person or a face, but Elena Tsui, the way that he works is he collects bottle tops from liquor bottles. So if you get close up to it, you can see that even though it looks kind of a giant tapestry, it's actually made out of like 10,000 individual pieces of flattened metal that he kind of connects. And so obviously human hands have to touch these things in order to make the work, literally to flatten out the bottle caps and then to kind of weave them together. You can also think about this connection to the consumer, to like actually to someone's mouth, to somebody's hand. You know, they really carry this like bodily ephemera, this really bodily like connection, even though when you look at it, it's obviously a very abstract work. So this is how these things kind of work together. I really grew up going to the Smithsonian museums. We went to those museums because they were free. And because, you know, we were a young family of, you know, immigrants and didn't have a lot of money. And it was a thing to do that was really educational, that I liked, that my parents liked, that was not being at home and not being at school, not being at work, not spending money, like, out of the house, you know, which is obviously important when you have a small child. And I think that is something that I think we really can't discount how important those spaces are. I think that there's all sorts of different types of people who have felt excluded from this sort of institution. Obviously, you know, we can think about it in racial terms, we can think about it in class terms, but I think we can also just thinking about it in terms of affinity, exposure. Like you might be privileged in all sorts of ways and just not be conversant in art, for example. And I think that there's those multiple levels of trying to speak to very different kinds of demographics, different kinds of people with different experiences in the arts, people with different interests in the arts, is something that we've done really successfully. We are creating this space for the public to come into that is, you know, it's not your home, it's not your work, it's this other third space. It's this other space to just be. Like, you're not being, no one's asking you to do anything, no one's asking anything of you. You're just there to kind of, to learn things and to look at things. And I think that's really valuable. We like work with artists all the time, and that is actually, to me, one of the most amazing, like the deepest privileges of the work that we do of being contemporary curators, that you work with artists, that these people like invite you, both literally and metaphorically, into their space, like into their personal space, whether that be their studio or their home or just like their mind, you know, that you get to be there with them and to hear about their ideas. I think fundamentally it's a really kind of baseline thing that I love and that I really appreciate and I'm, you know, very grateful for. And so, yeah, I love working with artists. But as I said, sometimes they're hectic. Yeah. But sometimes museums are hectic, so I understand, you know.
New York nightlife matters. It is an essential place that people socialize, gather, and connect and meet each other. It also provides a lot of jobs to thousands and thousands of people. the formula for a bar restaurant to be profitable, you need to have at least 80% capacity. Operating at 50% and still having fines, having to pay 100% of your fines, is just not equitable. It's a quagmire to say we're gonna have you operate at 50%, but everything else is going to remain 100%. Our business is not at the capacity it was when we had the indoor. It is at least allowing us to make some income, but it is just not enough to sustain us, but we are starting to catch up.
Phase 1 of the restart has been successful so far. Phase 2 has been successful so far. Today, we begin phase 3.
We've never seen anything like this. The industries that we're in is meant for people. It's the hospitality business, and it's about people coming together and being close proximity to each other. I feel for some of my customers who are regulars who come there 4 and 5 days a week just to connect with their neighbors. And so not to be able to provide this resource in a way that restaurants and bars have done it for thousands of years is disheartening. There are only a limited number of businesses in the downtown area. We're in Fort Greene, on the side of Fort Greene that is very middle class, upscale. No less than 4, maybe 5 businesses have not reopened around, and that have been around for more than a decade. My prayers go out to so many of my fellow brothers and sisters who own bars and restaurants and clubs and hotels, and that may not survive.
A bar or restaurant that is violating these rules can lose their liquor license, and that is a big deal for a bar or a restaurant.
I was so overwhelmed and just elated to see so many whites and Asian and Latinos and other people of color and just out there supporting Black Lives Matter. And so I think one of the ways we can help Black Lives Matter is that we have to have an economic element to that. And the only way to do that is to have Black-owned businesses. Seek out Black-owned businesses. Those people, all those whites that I saw marching, seek out Black-owned businesses. There were far more Black businesses 100 years ago than there are now. We only own 3% of businesses, and so we have to change that. I'm concerned about how is my business, can we survive a second wave of this? I'm really unclear about the future. I'm not sure. I know New Yorkers are very innovative. We have survived this epidemic. We're down to, we had 0 deaths for the first time. So that was very optimistic about that. And I feel like New Yorkers, we're survivors.
When COVID hit in mid-March, my family and I left Brooklyn and came upstate to the Hudson Valley. Sometimes it's called the breadbasket of New York City. And with 6,000 farms, it's a good place to observe what's been our country's worst food crisis in a generation. But at the moment, I'm on my way back to Brooklyn, following a farm truck to Bay Ridge to see the local food supply chain in action. Some farmers call it the spring flush, the time on dairy farms in April when typically calves are born and their moms produce more milk. This year, it came at the same time as COVID. Enclosures to schools, large cafeterias, and dairy processors meant fewer places for this milk to go. You can't just shut off a cow, so many large dairy farmers were forced to do the unthinkable.
hard to find milk in some stores, and at the same time, some farmers around the country have had to dump their milk. David Summerstein of North Country Public...
According to some estimates, they had to dump almost 4 million gallons a day. I actually heard about this as I was headed to buy milk at Ronnie Brook Dairy Farm in Pine Plains, New York.
Hearing about the dairies that were dumping milk, did you guys have to do that?
So luckily for us, we're sort of in a different, from here to there, all our milk is used.
This is Dan Osofsky, one of Ronnie Brook's owners. He was pointing to the barn where the cows are milked, then to the facility across the road where everything is processed into a variety of products, including their signature glass jug milk.
So you guys didn't have to dump anything?
We had to dump nothing. I control my own destiny.
This was early April, and soon there were other stories of trouble at factory farms. Reports from the New York Times of a single chicken factory smashing 750,000 unhatched eggs a week, large hog farmers exterminating hundreds of thousands of pigs, and farmers elsewhere plowing fruits and vegetables back into the earth. All this while the country was growing anxious about finding and shopping for food. The pandemic hasn't been kind to factory farms with their rigid supply chains. But I began to wonder about local farms, ones like Ronnie Brook in the Hudson Valley, that supply the city farmers markets, farm-to-table restaurants, soup kitchens, and food co-ops. How are they doing during the pandemic? And as food security questions abound, where do they fit in the equation of how we get fed?
Okay, so he says 8 cc of the Multimin 90 and follow directions on the vitamin E.
Before COVID, local farmer Sean Stanton of North Plain Farm in Great Barrington, Massachusetts, relied on restaurants for 50% of his business. He produced beef, pork, chicken, and dairy for Blue Hill Farm Restaurant in Greenwich Village. That business disappeared in the middle of March, but his season started with an additional challenge, one that wasn't related to the pandemic.
I have a cow that's not feeling well, and so we're going to try and move her. She can't get up right now. She got up once and moved, but now I got to go get her some water, and then I got to try and get her up again. It could be so many things. It could be parasite overload, could be there's a cancer that older, especially beef cattle, can get. It's one of those things where you're like, am I gonna just shoot this cow or am I gonna try and get her better?
North Plain has 90 head of beef cattle that feed on hay all winter and move to the grass in the spring. This is the day they head to the grass. They're eager to go, but it seems like they don't want to leave anyone behind.
There's a psychological challenge of losing animals. I mean, even sending them to slaughter has its own challenges. But there's also the financial challenge. I mean, the animal's worth $1,500 at least. Okay, what do you want to do? Let's go this way.
The animals are only worth money when they can be turned into food. The spread of COVID in large meatpacking plants has complicated that picture. It's boosted demand at smaller slaughterhouses, but there are fewer smaller facilities than ever. Most have disappeared over the last 30 years, either gobbled up by a handful of giant corporations or put out of business by the rock-bottom prices they ushered in. Today, 4 companies process more than 80% of the beef in America. But North Plain's family-run butcher east of Albany has stayed open. So these cows will eventually end up on someone's plate. Somewhere.
And the one that was down is on her feet and in the grass, so that's good scene. And the grass it's like gold for them. I mean, it can change everything.
With their product intact, next came the question of how to bring it to market, after their main retail outlets had to shut down.
Like March 15th, they closed. I think it was March 15th. And we just like hit the ground running. I mean, we weren't really scared, but we sort of knew what we needed to do. And the fact that we have a farm store, we're able to just turn right around and start selling direct to consumer. And that's the only thing that's saving us. I mean, it's not to say that it's going to save us long term, but it's been pretty amazing to see that also the consumer awareness. The consumers get that, you know, they're alternatives.
The alternative being local, more sustainably grown vegetables and animals with fewer antibiotics, growth hormones, chemical pesticides, or artificial fertilizers.
It's the moment where it's really coming to light that the industrial food system is so fragile.
By contrast, smaller farms have seen their stock rise, and in early spring, cash flow for many was reaching record highs.
And you wonder, when you're in our position, if it's possible that maybe it'll change consciousness and maybe it will change buying habits. And, you know, that's really that's the American way, right? Voting with your dollar.
Another way people have been voting with their dollars is with community-supported agriculture, or CSAs.
CSA farms are booked out this year, like for the first time ever for a lot of them.
Hardy Roots Farm near Hudson, New York has been running on the CSA model since its inception in 2004. A CSA is a farm where people can purchase shares to get regular deliveries of food. Their program currently feeds 1,200 families in the Hudson Valley in New York City. Daniel Woodham is their harvest leader.
Community-supported agriculture is now a sought-after thing.
This year you've seen more demand than ever in your experience?
Yes, absolutely. Yep. CSAs kind of came into the U.S. in late 70s, and they're sort of popular some in the 90s, and I think it was early 2000s. Oprah said something about a CSA, and then they spiked again. But I don't think they've ever been as popular as right now.
Ben Shute is the owner and operator of Hardy Roots Farm.
We were able to get this farm started from scratch on a very small scale because we decided to use the CSA model. Every spring we would sell our CSA shares and get payments from our members up front, which would enable us to literally take that money and buy the seeds for the season, buy our supplies.
He went from a 3/4 acre rental to owning 70 acres, farming about 50 different vegetables, with 75% of their business coming from the CSA, and a new farm store that accounts for much of the rest.
Our approach, which is this kind of community-focused approach, enabled us to get through, various wrenches thrown in the works with the pandemic. Every vegetable we're growing, we've managed to sell to a CSA share. It wasn't all dependent on one link in the chain. People were definitely made a little more aware of where their food is coming from or not coming from when they started to see grocery shelves empty or limitations on where they could shop and how they could shop.
The CSA relationship is unique. It's like paying for a personal grower who also happens to be thinking about your cooking habits and your salad.
All our plans for this season are based around our CSA. We say we're growing for this many families this year, then we plant our field according to that. We never want to have, just a ton of two different things, because that's not how people cook. People want a salad and they want some roots and they want some cooking greens and some herbs. And so we carefully plant to make sure that we have all those different things every week of the season, starting on day one.
There's a resiliency to these farms by design. They offer a range of products. They're small, so they're versatile. And they're also built to be self-reliant.
Unfortunately, you can't reverse the track. That would be ideal.
Sean Stanton from North Plain Farm talked to me about this while he was trying to fix a stuck manure spreader stuffed with the winter bedding of their pigs and chickens.
We compost it, and then we use it for spreading on the pasture or whatever else we want compost for. The reality is you have to have fertilizer to grow vegetables for the most part, and there's different ways of doing that, and one of those ways is to have animals.
It's part of the biodynamic philosophy, a holistic process that's even more rigorous than organic farming.
It's a cycle, it's an ecosystem within a farm, and it has plants and animals, and humans are basically skimming off the top of everything.
But a push for productivity in the 1960s gave way to huge factory farms that would produce few things, and smaller, more sustainable farms, from the federal government's perspective, became an afterthought.
efficiency. It's not actually efficient when you look at all the external costs that aren't calculated when you go to the grocery store. I mean, this isn't terribly efficient either.
It was May when people started talking about a meat shortage in the United States. It was more of a figment, but the talk came with a panic, boosting North Plains sales even further. Even though one of the main sources of their income, the farmers market, opened late and with restrictions.
Attendance is down, but this farmers market, we've seen almost double in customers for the past 3 years. This market's bonkers, and it's a beautiful market. Got the eggs, the sauerkraut, 24 total. The chops are, okay, the total is $133.78. It used to be sort of like our advertising budget, we would say, and now it's a huge part of our income. So we really hope that we can maintain some of that. We'll see.
The CSA model has been more predictable, and currently there are more than 120 in New York City. Hardy Roots is preparing for its second delivery of the season on Saturday to one of its oldest CSA partners, one in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
So we need 600. So that's the fourth one, I think. So if you want to keep a count, continue to do our 30s here.
When I wanted to do my own farm and rented a little bit of land, wanted to not only meet the needs right in our, town, but also to be bringing food down to New York City. And that seemed like an important service to be providing.
If you leaf like this, we're going to take that off.
His farm also provides 2,200 pounds of fresh produce a week to city food pantries.
So we're going out in teams, picking bunches of greens and digging up roots.
All right, let's pack it.
And sending everything into the barn where we're washing it. Getting it all in great shape to then pack up into shares.
All right, so let's do Bay Ridge first. 107 shares.
This year, putting them all in boxes or bags for people so that people aren't having to touch bulk bins of vegetables at the pickup sites. And we get all that together, goes in the cooler overnight. First thing in the morning, for New York City, we're loading up the truck and sending that truck down to the city to drop off at our different neighborhood sites.
You saw me put the paperwork in the van, didn't you?
Despite the restaurant closures and restrictions, these trucks from the Hudson Valley have continued to roll down the interstate with their fresh produce, destined for grocery stores, food pantries, farmers markets, cafes, and CSAs. This food isn't cheap, but if cheap was the point, these farmers would be using different methods and producing fewer things. Still, the food can be affordable. Schutz says his CSA is less expensive than natural food stores, and some New Yorkers receive discounts when buying at city farmers markets. Prices could come down even more if farmers are able to own a larger part of the supply channel and secure more federal support, which right now goes mostly to large-scale agribusiness. The CSA drop is at the 4th Avenue Presbyterian Church in Bay Ridge.
We're going to all stay on this side of the pits, maybe Ron will be there to try to keep track of how we space apart our volunteers.
When describing the CSA, Schutz recalled the words of an upstate member, an 80-year-old retired dairy farmer.
She had farmed her whole life. She knew how to grow every vegetable. Other people in the CSA would, call us a farm, and we called ourselves a farm. But she would always call it a garden because she saw what we were doing as gardening. And I think that there's something to that. We're kind of acting as a really big and efficient garden for 1,200 families who in many cases are in the city where they don't have access to land that they could have their own garden.
It's not surprising that smaller, local farms appear to be more resilient now during the pandemic. But it turns out this isn't something new. A 2015 U.S. Department of Agriculture study found that farms with direct-to-consumer sales were more likely to remain in business than those without. But the study found that they make up less than 8% of American farms.
You think people are appreciating the importance of, kind of local, small farm and...
Yeah, I mean, I think...
Yeah, people get it. They want to support it. We could have been completely devastated, but it turns out that our neighbors are knocking at our door and see the value in this type of farming for the environment, for community resiliency. They want to have local food. They don't want to get screwed. What if another pandemic comes in a couple of years? It's definitely not out of the question.
On the small list of good things to come out of the pandemic is that people are now thinking more about their food and where it comes from. The farmers in the Hudson Valley hope this trend will continue.
However you figure out that your food is connected to your health, it's connected to your community, it's connected to your environment, and make that a priority.
I was even looking for some lipstick. So I talked to you guys. I put on some earrings. This must have been the first earrings I had on and since this stuff started. And I have 10 tubes of lipstick. I couldn't find one.
Okay, how are you?
Good.
How was class?
Listen, I need somebody to rub me down after them classes. I could barely walk again.
Real Circle, we provide advocacy and support for LGBTQ older adults. Even today, a lot of seniors who identify as LGBTQ, they may go to a senior center and feel ostracized, or they may go to a senior center and have to go back into the closet based on how they identify. And for us, we created an affirming space where you don't have to go back in the closet, you can be who you are, but also we tailor a lot of our programming which centers around African-American experiences.
They kind of saved my life. When I didn't have anything else to do and my situation changed, they were a savior for me. And I really loved them for that. I really did. And I appreciate that we have somewhere like Rio for elderly people, my age and stuff. It's just perfect for us. I say maybe 4 days into it, all of a sudden I stopped eating and I lost a lot of weight. I just couldn't eat, because like I'm here alone. I went out and filled my freezer up and stuff like that, but I couldn't eat. And one day I was laying in the bed and I looked at my leg. It was just nothing but skin. And that fast, because I must have didn't eat for a week. And I talked to a member, I'm gonna just mention her first name, Mary. She said, Doretha, go to the store and get stuff that you like to eat. I got ice cream and sodas and cookies and everything. Do you know that gave me an appetite and I started eating again. It's good to have people to come to. It's good looking in your face. It's good that I can call somebody. I don't have a lot of friends. I never did.